Good morning, everyone. I'd like to move forward with today's council meeting. Thank you for joining us today in on camera and in council meeting. I'd like to call the July 11th, 2023 council meeting to order at 9:09 a.m. I'd like to take this opportunity to acknowledge the traditional territories of the Blackfoot and the people of Treaty 7 region in southern Alberta. The city of Chestermere is also home to the Métis Nation of Alberta, Region 3. Before we begin, I'd like to point out that we are conducting this meeting virtually. You can visit the agenda page on the city's website for more information on how to participate in today's council meeting. With that, let's begin. Firstly, I'd like to request a motion to approve the agenda as presented. Councillor Fote.
I make the motion that we approve the agenda as presented.
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions? All in favor? Carried. Thank you. All right, so moving on to item number C, which is C1, which is on pages 3 to 19. We have the June 13th, 2023 regular council meeting minutes. If I can get a motion to accept the minutes as presented. Councillor Hanley? Are there any comments or changes in relation to the minutes?
Yeah.
Councillor Hanley?
Yeah, I've already advised Legislative Services on page 4 of 9 of the package.
We have it on the screen.
Yeah. I believe they've corrected for it.
Okay.
It's,
What was the,
20
okay, is it crossed out right there? Down a little bit? Oh, okay.
yeah. That's specifically what I was going to comment on. And they've corrected for it.
Okay. Can you put forward a motion
Yeah,
to accept it as amended? Councillor Funk?
I also had a item that I brought to Legislative Services attention for motion 230613-19. The numbers for carried don't match what was actually listed for, originally didn't match what was listed for the people that voted. So they were I think they need to review who voted and make sure the numbers and listing is correct.
So I believe what's on our screen right now for motion 19, that to be incorrect or correct?
Originally, it said 511,
Okay,
and I can't remember off the top of my head who voted. So
okay. Has this been corrected for accuracy?
Yes, we have reviewed and this
Fantastic.
is accurate. Okay.
Okay, all right, Councillor, are there any other amendments or changes to the minutes that Councillor would like to bring forward?
No.
All right, if I can get a motion to accept the minutes as amended? Councillor Hanley?
Motion that council accepts the June 13th, 2023 regular council meeting minutes and acknowledges the official administrator's comments with the following amendments. Add unanimously to follow carried on all applicable votes. Add as motion 2306-1301. Add Jarmel Sahota, 530556 Alberta Limited, Theo Van Eveling, to the people in attendance for section G4, remove the word disabled from motion 2606-13-09. Motion number 2306-13-19, change the vote from 5-1-1 to 4-2-1.
Okay, are there any comments or questions? Councillor Fote?
A clarification, I can't see this, what the motion was about this vote. I'd like some clarification on what the motion was. Could someone read it to me?
Moved by Councillor Blaine, motion that council directs City Director of Community Growth and Infrastructure to draft a joint venture agreement conditional to council approval for the lands discussed in agenda item G3 and conduct a legal review and approval of the agreement in alignment with the Municipal Government Act. Carried, and the amended vote tally is 4-2-1. And 4 was Mayor Jeff Colvin, Deputy Mayor Mel Fogt, Councillor Stephen Hanley, Councillor Blaine Funk. Opposed was Councillor Shannon Dean, Councillor Ritesh Narayan, and absent was Councillor Sandy Johal Watt.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
Okay. If you could jump back to the motion on the floor. Are there any other comments in relation to the motion that's being presented? Okay, all in favor? Carried. Thank you, everyone. Okay, moving on to item number 2, C2, on pages 20 to 26. This is the June 20th, 2023 special council meeting minutes. Councillor, are there any conversations or changes that you'd like to talk about in relation to these minutes? All right, if I could get a councillor to provide a motion to accept them as presented. Councillor Hanley?
Motion that council accepts the June 20th, 2023 special council meeting minutes and acknowledges the official administrator's comments as presented.
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions, councillors? All in favor? Carried. Thank you very much. All right, so moving on to item number 3, which is pages 27 to 29, which is the CUI board meeting minutes 2023. Councillor, are there any amendments or changes to the minutes that are being provided? All right, if I can get the motion read into the record. Councillor Hanley?
Motion that council accepts the June 29th, 2023 CUI board meeting minutes as presented.
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions related to the motion? All in favor?
Oh, no,
Oh.
sorry.
Councillor Hanley.
I'd like to revise that motion to be more clear, where it says CUI board meeting minutes to include in brackets right afterwards 1538974 Alberta Limited.
Good catch.
Mm-hmm. 1538974 Alberta Limited.
Thank you. Are there any other additions or comments in relation to the motion? All in favor? Carried. Thank you very much. Okay, moving on to item number D, which is a council reports on pages 30 to 52 of your agenda package. The first one is a discussion around pigeon discussion, bylaw 018-14, animal control bylaw. How many times do you say that? Not many. All right, so the conversation is in relation to pigeons being included in our bylaw, and there's been some questions and around pigeons and our poultry bylaw. And so they'd like to have a conversation about this today. So under section 21 of the bylaw, item 2, any person who keeps pigeons and is a member in good standing of either the Canadian Racing Pigeon Union or the Canadian Pigeon Fanciers Association, and whose birds are banded with a seamless union or association band on their leg is exempt from section 21.1. 21.1 indicates that no person shall keep livestock in any area of the city except the keeping of residential poultry pets and where the keeping of livestock is allowed under the land use bylaw. So what's being brought forward is to whether or not and how should pigeons be dealt with in relation to the poultry pets as relation to, I guess, racing pigeons. Now, Cam, you mentioned, that there was a complaint that was lodged with the bylaw in relation to one of the residents that have pigeons for. Can you explain that a little bit for council?
Morning, Mayor and Council. Yes, so bylaw visited a resident. There was a complaint on the number of pigeons and the pigeon droppings that were coming into their area. We did send bylaw over there. They did investigate. So this person in question is a racing pigeon. He does have a valid card. He didn't have any bans on his pigeons at the time. He was waiting for new bans. He showed the receipt that he had purchased the new bans and they're on his way. Looked at his loft. In the back of that backyard, it's the pigeon loft is very close proximity to the neighbor next door, as it would be in any small backyard. Everything he's doing is in line with our bylaw. He's not outside of the bylaw. It would be a nuisance for the potential neighbor on the other side, depending on the amount of droppings that would come through. He only had 6. We don't have any bylaws currently that suggest the number of pigeons that it would be allowed, but he only has 6 on the racing team right now.
So is I guess just some questions. So are the pigeons? This doesn't say, but does the pigeons need to be kept in a cage?
Correct, they do. So there is a loft, so a pigeon loft that they do have. There's a question on whether or not that loft should be open and allow pigeons to go back and forth. So with the way our bylaw is and with the racing pigeons, when those pigeons return, he does need to lock them in the loft so they're not able to just roam all hours.
Now, when you mentioned our bylaw, so is there more to our bylaw than what we're being shown in item number 2 here in relation to pigeons?
Yeah, there's a couple, other than the fact that we don't have anything that basically, when we reviewed other municipalities, they had more language around exactly what they could do. For example, Edmonton, all persons must be licensed to own pigeons. Nobody can have more than 75. Calgary allows them as pets, no more than 30. Airdrie does not permit pigeons in the city. Okotoks, pigeons are classified as livestock. They can be kept in accordance. High River does not allow pigeons in the town, and Cochrane does not allow pigeons in the town.
Councillor, are there any questions just on the matter or comments? One of the questions I have, Cam, is does our act indicate that they have to be kept in a coop or a loft or?
Yes, it does. And so the bylaw officer had mentioned that to them and also mentioned that it must be closed at night.
So is the issue, are the animals supposed to remain in a coop versus when they're not racing, I guess?
That's correct, right? So
Is
when
that
they
what the bylaws
return, then they're supposed to be
states?
closed so they can't just free reign everywhere.
And so the complaint, was the complaint about volume of animals or smell of the animals or?
No complaint on the number. It was a complaint on the droppings that were ending up in their yard, obviously, and that was the biggest complaint.
And does that only occur on racing day as opposed to, is this resident leaving the cage open and the animals are just flying around whenever they want?
Yeah,
Is
kind
that
of.
what's
I guess
happening,
they're
or-
almost controlled. So even if the gate or the door on the little loft is open or closed, they basically go back in there and they don't really try to come out once they return from their racing. How
Okay.
it works.
So it seems like the question is maybe the resident hasn't been locking the door on non-race days?
That's correct. So we did talk to him about it. We also did try to talk to the person who filed the complaint to give him an update on that. We were not able not to reach them.
Okay.
all, so.
Okay. I guess I'd like to hear what council's thoughts are on this. Councillor Foat? You're laughing. Let's have a talk.
Well, I'm going to put on my farming hat right now. I don't like pigeons on my farm, but anyway, long story short. But as far as a racing pigeon goes, I think on race days, I'd have no problem them coming back, but they need to be locked inside. And on non-race days, I feel that they need to be, pardon the expression, cooped up until they are needed for what they want to do. And if the gentleman wants to go have them practice and whatever he wants to do, I think he needs to take them out into the country and release them and practice with them outside. That isn't creating a problem to his neighbor, because that bird poop doesn't do a whole lot for paint on vehicles or paint on anything else. It's very acidic.
Well, and it does seem that it is a situation where you've got a pet that's obviously affecting the neighbor. And then obviously by the nature of the pet, it's hard to keep it within your backyard or home. And that does potentially lend, something that council may wish to have a conversation about as to, pets remaining in their yards or remaining in their home, or in this situation, does it make the most sense that this person, I don't entirely necessarily understand racing pigeons. Do they take them to a race course, or do they race from the house that they live in to someplace else throughout the province or the
Well, I
city?
understand that's exactly what it is. They race from that house to somewhere else, and I'm not sure if there's no communication or nothing goes out. This is pigeon race day, so I'm not sure how neighbors would understand. when
Everybody
it's
duck.
race day and not a race day, so it's not. Last I checked, it wasn't on TV or anything for you to follow in that kind of way, but I'm not sure how we would do that. So maybe he could publish a schedule. Bylaw did have some suggestions to limit the number of birds allowed per property, continue with the proof of racing membership, no unbanded birds permitted, and ensuring the birds are not removed from the loft except when returning or racing, and ensure any odors or feces are controlled and not to impact adjacent residents. Those are all simple, but hard to enforce.
Well, that sounds, could you read that again? That sounds pretty common sense, though. What you just
Yeah, limit the number of birds allowed per property. Continue with the proof of racing membership. And then, so there's an actual card that they have.
Okay.
No unbanded birds would be permitted. And then ensuring the birds are not removed from the loft except when returning or racing. That may be problematic because I'm not sure how you'd know when they're racing or returning. And then ensure that any odor or feces are controlled so not to impact the adjacent residents.
Okay, so is it, I don't know if you have these answers, Cam, maybe we can try and get them, but is it possible that, to find out if the definition of race day can be determined as the time in which these cages are allowed to be open? And does that mean that the pigeons return on race day, as opposed to the day after race day? I don't know how fast these come back.
I don't either. I assume it's a few hours thing. I don't think it's an entire day, but I'll find out more information.
It'd be nice if we can
Yep.
make work between both residents, obviously.
We can get more information on race days, how they work, how many race days are in a
Yeah.
calendar month.
Yeah.
Like, do they race every day? They race 2 times a month? I don't know any of these things, so we'll find out how it works.
Councillor Fote?
I'd also like to find out my memory from the past. I'm just wondering, I think the birds are actually taken to a location and allowed to race back home. I think that's the way it works, because how else would the birds know
Where to go?
where to go? Like, you just open the door and say, hey, go over to 144
That's right.
or whatever, I'd like a little clarification on that.
Through the chair to Deputy Mayor, Foley, I can definitely get more clarification. I don't know those answers either.
Councillor, are there any other questions? Councillor Funk?
Yeah, I kind of like the common sense piece of that came up earlier, in that we really need to, if people want to have any animals, whether it be pigeons or chickens or whatever, it's reducing or not allowing it to impact those around them that don't want them. So that that there's no excrement on other people's yards and things like that. And so, and I think that should be for all animals that we allow within our city limits. It's just reducing or making people responsible for the animals they want to maintain or remain on their yard and not impact their neighbors.
Councillor Hanley?
Yeah, I agree with Councillor Funk. I think the issue is probably to send this back to administration and not only look at pigeons, but look at all the types of animals and making sure that the bylaw protects the rights of the others, of the neighbors as well. And come back with recommendations on how to, deal with the racing pigeons. But I see then there's like potbelly pigs, there's a whole bunch of other things, with just special attention to ensuring that they're not, I believe in people's rights to have pets and stuff like that, but their neighbors and that you want to ensure that their rights are also protected and they don't lose any enjoyment of their life.
Councillor.
Through the chair to Councillor Hanley, I 100% agree with everything you're saying. And one of the challenges I think we'd be faced with, we want to make sure that we're not, if somebody has 10 bird feeders in their backyard or something and attracting a lot of birds only for feeding, well, then they're assuming they may have droppings that are going to be happening on adjacent yards. Now, in theory, they're not doing anything wrong. So
Yeah.
how are we going to, enforce that, control that, or watch that?
Yeah, I agree entirely. Like there's no point in having a bylaw that's unenforceable.
I'd like to just jump to Councillor Dean before I comment. Councillor Dean?
Yes, thank you. Through the chair, while I empathize with this person that's living through the situation besides the pigeons, I'm sure if it was me, I would have questions and concerns and be going to bylaw. I am not sure why this is a council issue or a council discussion right now, because our bylaw officers deal with a number of one-off situations, whether that be a neighbor with an unsightly yard, unsightly driveway, a dog that gets loose and little dog attacks big dog, and those sorts of things. So I'm wondering if in the future, I wonder if our direction is, if there's a concern as such as something like this, that bylaw come to us and say, hey, we're noticing that because of this, similar to what we did say with the off-highway vehicles, where we'd run a pilot and then they would come back to us and give us feedback and we would make adjustments accordingly. I'm wondering if in the future on a situation like this, if there should be a threshold maybe that gets met, as again, this sounds a bit of a one-off situation. Again, I empathize with that person, but I have every confidence in our bylaw officers and the bylaw that we have, unless bylaw comes back to us and says, hey, we need your support now in working through this bylaw. Thank you.
Did you have a question? No. Okay. Councillor Hanley?
No, I'm just, I'm a little confused in that bylaw reports to you, Cam, right? So
Correct.
the bylaw has raised the issue, came to you, and then you brought it to council's attention, right?
Yes.
So, I'm just concerned with Councillor Dean's statement of like, why is this so one of or whatever? Isn't that the way the process is supposed to work? Bylaw foresees a problem, they report up through their chain of command, and then it gets brought to council's attention.
Councillor Dean?
Yes, thank you. If that had been the case, I think my comment would be null and void. I believe that the mayor was presenting this, not Cam, and then asked Cam for his input. I don't see Cam on the agenda as the one presenting, and I also see this under as a thing for council reports. So, Councillor Hanley, I would be totally in agreement with you if our CAO of that department was the one who had the concern brought to him by bylaw, was standing at the mic and then doing the presentation as a concern. But that just wasn't what I witnessed. So if I have misunderstood the intent, then I apologize. It just seemed to me that this was a council report and not a CAO report. Thank you.
Just to clarify, so yes, this has been brought forward, and so I put it on the agenda so council could have a discussion about what was brought forward to me. So in relation to what you commented, Cam, a few conversations ago, I think that, it's a good idea for staff to, there always is a limit. So for example, you mentioned birdhouses, and so, yeah, having a few birdhouses on your property is fine. If a person has 1,000 birdhouses on their property, that kind of now changes the situation. And in that kind of situation, I don't know that we can necessarily write a bylaw that accounts for every little idiosyncrasy of any situation that could happen. That is, so I assume our bylaws with our bylaw officers could basically say that that's just excessive and, it's just nuisance or it's bothersome or whatever parts of our bylaws could happen. And that would allow us to deal with those kind of extreme situations. I do find it odd that, I don't know enough about racing pigeons, but the quantity that you mentioned that some of these cities are allowing, it seemed like a lot of cities are not allowing them at all. And then some cities are allowing them in between 40 to 70 or so of these birds in one place. And that has to make some sense as to the size of the property, in my sense. If you live in an apartment, I don't understand that. If your backyard is very, very small, that becomes closer to that realm of doesn't make a lot of sense. If you live on an acreage, yeah, okay, this could start to make a lot of sense then. So I guess the question is from your perspective, do you believe that council needs to amend the bylaws to allow for more conditions that the enforcement can occur, or clarity for the homeowners so they know what is allowed and what's not allowed?
I definitely don't think more. I think more clarity is definitely what's required.
Okay. The in our poultry bylaw, and I think there's more investigation and discussion needs to happen with the racing people that have these animals, these birds, is that the poultry pet that was just done was really designed around not interfering with your neighbors, allowing people to have a certain number of animals, but not in excess of 6. Now, maybe that number could be 10. I mean, the point is that it's not 60 or 100 or more, because that just seems like that could cause problems from a smell perspective, and inner city large lots are not always large and all those kinds of things. So I lean towards more on the volume conversation. And if bylaw or yourselves see fit that the volume should be limited in relation to, does it cause smell if you have 100 of these birds? I don't have one beside me, so I don't know, but I would assume at some point it does. And at some point there's an excess amount. You've obviously had this resident come forward, and you've got the other resident which has these things, and so I guess we're trying to figure out is there a happy medium between the two, and then if you'd like council to, if it's required to amend a bylaw to allow clarity, or well, that's it. If you let us know what you'd like council to do.
I think on the clarity, when we first look at pigeons, and according to our bylaw, they're not recognized in the Poultry Act, right? So pigeons are not harvested for meat, eggs, or feathers. So that's kind of rules them out of our bylaw. And in the past 5 years, we've only had 5 or 6 complaints in the entire city on pigeons. So it's not a huge problem, but one that if we're not effective with it, it could get out of control quickly.
So right now, you mentioned that the birds are supposed to be in the coop, not out on non-race days. Is that in our bylaw?
It's not in our bylaw, and we can add that to the bylaw so that there's more clarity on that they have, how they are. And Manir just sent me something, definitely how it works. So basically on the racing, so they basically go from your point of residence, and they're traveled on distance, and they're tracked on distance, and they return.
Okay.
So they always are returning and coming from that same place.
And so they come, do we know if they come that day back, or is it an overnight camping event?
It was just a quick snippet on that piece, but I'll do more research.
Okay. All right. If we could put together a motion, I guess, for council or staff to come back to council, and make this something that for you to look into and for us to then look into amending the bylaw to allow pigeons to be included, or more clarity provided with more information that you would uncover.
I think the clarity around exactly how they need to be kept and housed, and what needs to happen as far as when they're racing, not racing, and whether that coop is open or closed, I think really needs to happen.
Yeah, I think it makes sense to me too, because a one-day event is much different than a 30-day event. Yeah, per month. Okay, we have a motion that's being presented by Ledge. Motion the council direct the city director of corporate services and administration to amend bylaw 018-14, being the animal control bylaw, as follows, and bring back for 3 readings. I don't know if we're at the change yet. I think we're more at the investigation stage of this. I think what makes more sense is to request staff to investigate what's reasonable for keeping the pigeons in their coop when it's not race days is one thing, for example. Volume of birds is another. We don't have any reference to that. I don't know if you'd like us, what's council's thoughts, if they'd like us to name a few things or in general have staff do a bit more investigation into the matter. City Director Wong?
I think we need to do more investigation there before we actually finish that off to understand all the things we're looking for.
How would you see that being worded, City Director Wong?
I guess we definitely want to look into race days, non-race days, how they're housed, conditions. And then when we talk about droppings, I guess, we would almost need to understand what that should look like. What does that mean? Reasonable, not reasonable? Like, is it... Because those are the biggest complaints that we get is from the neighbors saying that the droppings are out of control. And I'm not sure how we would ever measure that. What is control? What's not control?
Well, and obviously the biggest thing is how do you know which bird did it?
Exactly, right.
So I think we have to try and say, can we curb the behavior in advance of trying to figure that out? Unless you want to have somebody posted there. Councillor Funk?
One issue might be a location of the coops and stuff in relation to neighbors and stuff, depending on how close it is. We do have bylaws for how close you're allowed to have something built to a property line, but might be something we might want to look into just to have a buffer space.
Through the chair to Councillor Funk, Edmonton does list that in their bylaw that they have to approve, the city has to approve the coop and where the location of the coop is. So
Well, that's
something we
excellent.
could definitely add.
Yeah, that's great. So we need to allow you to do some more investigation. So how should we state that? Can we, Ledge, can we delete, okay, so motion the council direct the city director of community operations administration to, I think we want to say to further investigate. To further investigate, may you want to keep it general, racing pigeons in the city of Chestermere and their impact on neighbors? Is that specific yet general enough? And report back to council with recommendations. And their impacts on their neighbors, on the neighbors. Okay. Councillor, is there any other wordsmithing you'd like to see on this motion? Further investigate racing pigeons in the city of Chestermere and their impact on the neighbors and return to council with a report. All right, if I could get a councillor to read this motion into the record. Councillor Funk? Sorry, Councillor Hanley?
Should we not accept the discussion of this information first?
If we have an action, we don't need to accept it as information because this is the motion that you guys are doing from that discussion.
Okay. Councillor Funk?
Motion that council direct city director of community operations and administration to further investigate racing pigeons in the city of Chestermere and their impact on the neighbors and return to council with a report.
Are there any comments or questions in relation to the motion? All in favor? All opposed? Carried. Thank you. Okay, moving on to item number 2, D2 on page 53 to 98, which is the off-highway vehicles hours of operation discussion. what the discussion that I'd like to have is in relation to hours of operation of off-highway vehicles. We currently have a section in our bylaw which indicates that off-highway vehicles can only be used within the city between the hours of 10 p.m. and 8 a.m. Sorry, not be used within the hours of 10 p.m. and 8 a.m. And so what has been brought forward to council is the request of these to be used similar to the request of vehicles, all the way to later hours, or all the way to just simply allowed. Keeping in mind that off-highway vehicles still have to follow the same Traffic Act requirements of noise bylaws, and you have to have a muffler and et cetera. The question is that does it make sense to have it as restrictive as it is? We did experience this for the pilot idea, which seems to have had good results. City Director Cam, do you have comments on the matter?
In talking with our current bylaw, they've had no real issues with anybody having any challenges with the Off-Highway Vehicle Act, other than the one incident we had on December 31st. Other than that, there's been no issues. There is no act that says off-highway vehicles must or mandated to have signal lights, so we did do the research. It's a nice to have, it's a good to have, but there's no mandate that says you have to have that. As it stands right now, we're not facing a lot of issues with the off-highway vehicles. Our concern was obviously later in the night, would there be bigger issues? We've never really seen or experienced with that to have a comment on that at this point.
Do you see a reason not to allow the off-highway vehicles the same as motorcycles, cars, et cetera, that can be used whenever they're being used?
I think under the pilot, we still have the ability to change things if they get out of hand.
Totally,
So we do have
totally.
the ability to look at that. We haven't encouraged it or discouraged it, so we're not out there on social media telling everybody to kind of, do things now. So I'm not sure until we actually experience some more volume for me to give you a good answer on that. As of right now, we've had no issues, but we're not seeing a lot of activity.
And I think that, I don't think, as we've seen with the off-highway vehicle bylaw, we haven't seen all of a sudden residents jump from their cars to off-highway vehicles every road trip. It's more of a fun event, a fun adventure for a short period of time for residents. Having said that, which we experienced in our various functions that we've had as of late in Chestermere, like for example, the Carnival and Canada Day, et cetera, with the fireworks and that, we've had residents which wanted to drive their off-highway vehicle down to the event with their family and leave. And part of the problem was that obviously the events last until later hours, and fireworks and et cetera are closer to 11 o'clock or so. And so it is outside the bylaw itself. And again, all of the off-highway vehicles must follow the traffic rules. So there's no, just because you have an off-highway vehicle means you get to drive over curbs and go 4x4ing or anything like that. And so I want to commend the fact that our residents have not done things like that because it does have to follow the rules. That's part of the whole point. It doesn't mean these vehicles aren't extremely capable of doing that, but within the bounds of our constraints of our bylaw, that just isn't allowed, never mind the Traffic Act. And so we are trying to look into ideas to allow that kind of stuff, not on the road, but possibly in some kind of an off-road park that the city could try and organize so these things can be used within a close proximity to the residents' homes or the city. So I guess the question is only about really allowing these to be similar to vehicles. So legislative services, in relation to this item, I'd like to have a bit more conversation with council. If we wish to have this come back and have this amended in our bylaw, would you proceed with that, or would you prefer that to be one of the city directors, or how would that be amended?
If you just want that to be changed, you can just make the motion to make that amendment, and we can do that and bring back for 3 readings, or we can do more research like the other bylaw.
Okay. Councillors, if you have some comments or statements in relation to the topic at hand, Councillor Fote?
I would think that, especially in the summertime, where there's a lot of daylight, past 10 o'clock at night, I think that they could be used even at least up to midnight or whatever. But I do realize that in the wintertime, that may not be a problem. That may not be all that kosher if people want the noise to go away at 10 o'clock at night. I do understand that, but I would hope that our bylaw would be able to offer some suggestions to us on that, and we make a decision from that on our pilot project.
So Councillor Fote, you're thinking mostly from a perspective of noise being a concern at it operating later.
Absolutely, because they're not any noisier than most of the cars that go around town. In fact, some are actually quieter.
Yeah, that was one of my points, is that they are required to stay within the requirements for noise decibels, just like cars are.
Yeah.
And we know we've had some complaints about some of the cars having very loud mufflers, which is something that likely has to be dealt with by bylaw. But they're not, just because they're an off-highway vehicle doesn't mean they're allowed to be loud.
No, absolutely.
So the one thing that I'm cognizant of is restricting residents' freedoms. And I don't know that I have an opinion personally if somebody should be driving their car or their vehicle or their motorcycle or their bicycle or their scooter at 3 o'clock in the morning. It doesn't mean that they're out drinking and driving and all that.
Right.
They always have to follow the rules of the road and of the various requirements in our society. So as long as they do, I don't feel we should limit, as long as they don't impact other neighbors and other residents and stuff, which means they have to follow the rules and they can't have very loud vehicles, they can't, etc. But if they wish to drive their scooter down the street at 3 o'clock in the morning to go to somebody's house or something, that's none of my business. It's allowed right now, and unless we wish to change that, if we even can. So I'm just leaning on the direction of that off-highway vehicles should be treated the same as any other vehicle, in my opinion. Councillor Hanley?
Yeah, my question really goes, the purpose of the restriction. Because, yeah, as Councillor Fote indicates, there's lots of loud vehicles, lots of kids who drive around late at night. The bylaw already allows the officers to enforce that for noise restrictions and disturbing peace. And my concern was that put in basically because of when these off-highway vehicles go on the lake late at night. That's not a roadway, and then it becomes an enforcement issue. Because I'm sure the lake owners would not like a whole bunch of off-highway vehicles buzzing around at 1 o'clock in the morning, right? So to me, I'm sort of like, why is this even in here? We should yank it out. Just strike that whole, section 18(6)G, strike the whole thing, or modify it to say no person shall operate off-highway vehicle on the lake between the hours of 8 p.m. Or not within the hours of from 10 to 8 in the morning, right? Which at least gives the lake owners that guarantee of some level of peace.
Thank you. The only thing that I just want to say to that is that, again, we're predisposing that the person is out there spinning U's as opposed to driving home.
Well, and I would also say it's, this is, you're giving people a privilege. If they abuse the
Yes,
privilege, you can
exactly.
come back to it and you can restrict it.
If they're out there creating a race course at 2 o'clock in the morning, that's going to cause problems. So it's all up to the people to operate reasonably. Councillor Dean?
Yes, thank you. Through the chair, I would support what Councillor Hanley is getting at in regards to the lake during the winter months, both from a noise standpoint, but also from a safety standpoint. Having lived where I used to live, and when there were people on site and people are accessing that area, there have been a number of close calls at the south end of the lake, both with car accidents, with kids, with people out late walking their dogs. There have been a number of incidents during the winter at that end of the lake, and so if the restriction were on the lake specifically for the time that it is frozen, then I could certainly see that, because I do see the value in, if I want to jump in my off-highway vehicle with the kids and come down and watch fireworks, how cool of an experience is that? We're gonna sit in our halfway vehicle and sit on the, like, yeah, I could see that. That's a cool experience for a little guy, right? Or a little girl. But I think it is the lake late at night is when it becomes the issue, because unfortunately sound travels differently across the frozen tundra, so to speak, than when it does when I'm driving home at 3 a.m. from hockey. I think that there's just a difference in how that noise is traveling.
Any other comments, Councillor Funk?
I think that's taken away some of the access of lakefront owners, though, that want to use it. That I know a number of them that have friends and stuff that live on the lake that use that during the winter to travel back and forth, and just to do recreational activities. So taking these things away when there's other bylaws kind of in place for disturbing the peace and things like that,
Good point.
it's putting us, or we're putting rules into place to take away people's in use or enjoyment. When we already have addressed it in other ways, or we can provide other guidance or bylaws to stop those types of issues. If our concern is noise, then let's address the noise and stop that.
Councillor Fote?
I would concur with Mr. Mayor, with the rest of the councillors, that we need to lift this restriction, and if it is going to creates a problem, then we expect bylaw to step into it and give us a recommendation if it becomes a problem to us. But I would like to see this lifted. I appreciate Councillor Dean's comment about coming down and taking a look at the fireworks with a family in a side-by-side or OHV. I think that adds nostalgic to the event. Thank you.
Yeah, I agree. I think just to keep in mind, just the closing, is that it's at a lot of time, it's a mode of transportation. Not obviously to go downtown Calgary, but simply around the small town, small lake community that we have, which is what makes it a bit endearing. And so I guess moving forward, though it would be in hearing what Councillor Hanley and Councillor Dean had brought forward, it would be nice in our next discussion, if we can request this to come back to council, at the same time to confirm that we have other bylaws, rules, et cetera, that account for if a person is, obviously in the middle of the night, disturbing the peace or something, and what applies to that, so we can understand as councillors what areas of the Traffic Act or whatever the rules are for the RCMP / peace officers, can they enforce if somebody's doing something that doesn't make sense again, it's not reasonable. Councillor Hanley?
Yeah, I'd like to add in giving it a little bit more thought on the time restrictions. I think the 10 p.m., even if we were to keep something for the lake, because of the Winter Lights Festival in the fall, I'm sure people would like to come on their off-highway vehicles over the lake to watch the fireworks at night.
Yeah, exactly.
And there's probably businesses around the lakes we don't want to restrict either, that if people have gone out for a late dinner or whatever, and are at dockside or whatever in their off-highway vehicle, and now they're just going back to their home on the lake, would that type of operation should be allowed as well. So,
Well, and just finally to say, you brought up a good point there, is compare this to boats.
Yeah.
Boats are way worse. They don't have headlights. Some of them are very loud. And they have huge stereos in them. And so they're, that has its, and those are allowed. Now, there is, of course, noise bylaws. There is things that are already set up to manage this, but it would be good to hear this kind of as a report back from staff. Councillor Narayan?
Thank you. Through the chair to Cam, do we have anything in a bylaw with respect to how visible OHVs need to be at night? I mean, of course, they would have headlights, but some of these they're not that large. So just in terms of their own safety and safety of others, what do we have in place?
Through the chair to Councilor Ryan, we have nothing in place right now other than the fact you must have a visible headlight and a visible tail light. That's the only thing that's in place of them right now.
Yeah, and thank you. Yeah, and just a suggestion maybe to see if there could be added features, maybe just reflector lights or something. Again, just to add to the safety, because that would be my only, concern. Just the safety of whoever's riding these and just people around them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that's always a concern, quite frankly, in relation to what Councillor Narayan brought out. It's a good concern. And where the competing factor of that is a kid's scooter, is that you've got a 14-year-old who isn't a 35-year-old or 40-year-old who's got all this experience driving this off-highway vehicle, et cetera, et cetera. Yet they're on a single light, not very bright, and they've got a single tail light, again, not very bright. It doesn't mean, though, that, again, we shouldn't be recommending that they have more lights on these vehicles, because motorcycles, are usually nowhere near enough lights compared to those of cars and vehicles, and they're just, the volumes aren't there of size. It's just a small little light that's allowing for a brake light or something like that, whereas cars, even today's cars, even have more brake lights, across the two sides, and then we've got the base and they got the top, and trying to indicate that, hey, we're stopping, don't hit me. And I think it's a great idea. There is limitations based on the size, like scooters. Councillor Funk?
So I was just trying to look real quick, but I thought somewhere within the bylaw, it referenced the Alberta Vehicle Act, Traffic Act,
it does.
which actually shows the requirements of what minimum requirements for vehicles to have. So I thought we had actually covered that off, and I believe that was the presentation that was given by bylaw.
No, and good point. We are within those limits. The vehicles are sold that way. And I guess if somebody were to customize one that didn't have that, they have to make sure that they have that tail light and headlight and et cetera. But, it does have to conform to the Traffic Act, though. That's the requirement. So, and that's what I think would be good for council, is to have possibly Trevor Bowman come to us and indicate that of these safety concerns and noise complaints and et cetera that could happen, do you have the right tools to handle that? Or do we need to add to the bylaw to allow that? And I presume they have enough tools to handle it, but let's have him confirm that. And in the meantime, at the same time, ask Legislative Services to come back to us with the removal of this time requirement of off-highway vehicles. And at the same time, or just before that, have this presentation so that council is satisfied or not satisfied with whether or not there's enough safety provisions and other tools to allow these officers to handle any kind of disturbing the peace, noise complaints at whatever time of day, night or day, because it is obviously important to everybody. Ledge, if we could bring forward a motion to request staff. Motion the council direct City Director of Community Operations to return to council with a report about hours of operations of off-way vehicles. I think at this time, so it's a council to return to council with a report about it. And I'm not sure how to say this correctly, but to ensure that they have the tools to allow them, or the bylaws or the laws to allow them to enforce. What's been mentioned today is noise, disturbing the peace. I'm not sure what other ways we should describe this, but to ensure they have the right tools in order to manage the situation, manage situations that can occur. And safety appropriately or something? Address concerns of noise and safety, okay. And Ledge, do you feel that at this same motion can allow Ledge to come back to us with amendments to the bylaw for council to consider?
Yes, since we do have the report in there, we can come back with different options of amendments that you guys can look at. And then after you guys pick that, we could bring back a bylaw. Is that what you're asking about? Or would you like
Can
to
we
see
do it at the
bylaw
same
together?
meeting?
Okay.
Presuming that council becomes comfortable that bylaw has enough regulations and bylaws to address these concerns that council's brought up. And then after that, if that is answered sufficiently, that we then read the amendment of ours to and change the current bylaw and do 3 readings.
I
18, yeah, doing 6G. Councillor, are there any wordsmithing in relation to the motion that you see? Okay, if I could get a councillor to read the motion into the record. Councillor Funk?
Motion that council directs City Director of Community Operations and Administration to return to council with a report about hours of operation of off-highway vehicles and investigate if pre-existing bylaws and regulations address concerns of noise and safety and amend bylaw 036-20 being the traffic control bylaw to remove section 18.6G.
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions? Councillor Dean?
This means that it would get removed after this investigation, right? We're not removing it right now?
Correct.
Is that correct? Okay.
Yeah, correct. And even at that time, it still is council debate at that time too, on top of that. Are there any other comments or questions? Okay, all in favor? Carried, thank you. Okay, moving on. All right, moving on to item number 3, which is government relations position. So what this is in relation to is the government relations position in the strategic advisory group. We provided a motion a couple council meetings ago in relation to hiring for this position. And one of the items that we identified was doing basically doing an RFP or advertising for the position and having multiple interviews and whatnot, which is still supported. The one request that I have here is in relation to this position is to allow for the SAG group to have a consultant brought in now, and only on an hourly basis, while we're still looking to hire for a permanent position, and to allow us to get that advice similar to what a lawyer may give you on an as-needed basis. And so I wanted to have a conversation around that, if there is any comments. the motion that Sledge has brought forward is that council hire a director of government relations as an hourly consultant to start immediately. Council. Are there any comments or questions? Councillor Naran?
Thank you. And through the chair, I'm just wondering what the process will be like to hire a consultant. Is that going through a RFP process? Who interviews and determines who the consultant will be?
Yeah, that's a good question. One of the things that I'm looking at right now is actually is for council to allow the mayor to hire this government relations consultant to start immediately, not to necessarily come back to council. And again, the only person that we're talking about is the same person that was mentioned previously. I'm not sure if I can. Was that in camera? We said that. Okay, so I won't say his name, but that was the previous person that I mentioned before, who has 25 plus years experience in the industry, and to try and get some additional assistance with various government matters in relation to intermunicipal relations on some of our annexation that we're working on, for example, as well as any advice that they can provide on anything that we're dealing with on a day-to-day basis. So if I can get just some comments around that. So I think to answer your question, did I answer your question, Ritesh? Councillor Naran, is that essentially to hire that person on an hourly basis today. We can still definitely look for an RFP or put out request for the position and interview full-time candidates. It's more to just simply get some initial assistance with what we're working on immediately. Councillor Moran?
Thank you. And through the chair, and yes, you've answered the question. Have we already started? Did we already put out a competition for this position already, or is that still in process?
I know my understanding is that maybe Councillor Hanley knows.
Yeah. If I go back here, I think it follows the next item on the agenda. If we go back to the June 20th meeting, we had a motion that council establish and recruit the positions of special project director and director of government relations for the strategic advisory group, and to return to council for a decision, which was disallowed. So we were unable to move forward. And I believe the next one is to restate that motion. The positions do exist in the budget, and I believe it was disallowed because of the assumption that it was not in the budget. But either way, it was still had to come back to council for a decision.
Thank you.
So yeah, my understanding is that HR has put forward a job description but I don't know that they've actually released that to the hiring people. But definitely they've been working on the job description and how that's gonna work. So it still is the plan to continue in that process, though, is to again look at a full-time position for that role, as our city is dynamically growing, and I personally see that kind of position in relations to how to manage our third side of a municipality, which is relations with the government, is a key part to bring into the situation. Not only obviously our day-to-day operations and our residents, but obviously the relations with other authorities. And so I think it's a key position that needs to be here full-time. But in the meantime, while we're looking for that person, I don't want to rush into hiring the wrong person. But in the meantime, I think we can also bring in someone that can assist us initially on the matters that we're dealing with day to day. whether that person turns out to be somebody that council can determine if they wish to hire full-time in competitive situation with others, that can be determined later. And that's not to circumvent council's process, because we still have to go through that larger full-time position. So it's just basically to bring somebody in immediately so that we have the opportunity to get advice on current situations that are more political in nature rather than legal. Councillor Funk?
I like the idea of bringing someone in to help because we have a number of initiatives that are currently, I don't know if stalled is the right word, but not moving forward, I think, at the pace that we were hoping due to just a lack of manpower. Part of it also, I think, is getting in front of the right people in order to have conversations, as there is a number of different agencies and like Rocky View and whatnot that we need to have conversations with to understand what everybody's appetite is for, one, the annexation, but we also have a number of other initiatives that we're trying to move forward as far as commercial growth within our city. I like the idea of a contract position at this time in that it allows us to move forward with something we don't really have a complete understanding of, maybe, but it gives you the opportunity as the only full-time member of our council here to move some of these things forward as we review this. As I've said before, most organizations, when dealing with political that I've dealt with in the past, quite often hire somebody within the industry to fill these kind of positions because of who they know and experience that they have working within the industry and how it moves and how it flows. So I would like to move forward with that recommendation at this time under that knowledge.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Naran?
Thank you, and through the chair, I think another thing that'll be important is for us to determine the scope of the work that'll be assigned to this individual to help them as well, so that the position is not an ambiguous one. I think it'll be important that we set the perimeters as to what they can and cannot do.
Okay. Any other comments? I think that the main point is that we always, in my opinion, always want to have experts at the table. And so if we don't have the experts at the table, then you make assumptions and you move forward based on whatever you believe, which is okay. But if you can have experts at the table, that's often hopefully leads to a more thoroughly thought out course of action, I guess, or decisions. And that's really the point. Okay, so in relation to this, do we have a motion that was prepared for this? Motion for... Councillor Funk?
Can we add in where the funding is coming from?
We do have it stated in the next motion that the fund, like where the funding's going to come from. And it is a part of that one that needs to be restated from last meeting.
Okay, so I guess if we can just copy that, just from using funding line of the 2023 operating budget, period. So if we could copy that piece and just add it to the other motion. Using funding line 1214 of the 2023 operating budget. Just the end in budget. Yep. Copy that and move that to the other motion. Page 10. So, nine four oh two, not 1214. And I think the motion, I'll just wordsmith it to allow it, is that the motion that council authorize the hiring and what I'm looking for is actually the specific person. I know we can't mention his name, but motion the council authorize the hiring of how could we say that the person that was disclosed last, I don't remember if that was last council meeting or the previous council meeting. 2 weeks ago, I think. Like the next motion is to clarify the motion from what council meeting?
Excuse me. Yeah, the motion that we're restating afterwards was the June 20th, and that's during that meeting.
Okay.
The June 20th, 2023 special council meeting.
Okay, so that's the motion that that I'd like to bring forward. I can read the motion into the record, and we can have a debate on it if desired. I'd like to motion that council authorize the hiring of the individual discussed in the June 20th, 2023 special council meeting as Director of Government Relations as an hourly consultant to start immediately using funding line 9402 of the 2023 operating budget. Are there any comments or questions in relation to that motion? Okay, all in favor? All opposed? Carried? All right, so the second motion is to restate the motion that occurred on June 20th. So do we have to mention in the motion that we're restating it or just simply restate it?
Just simply restate it, because once it's disallowed, it's as if it never happened.
Okay. All right. I'll read in the motion. I'd like to motion that council establish and recruit the positions of Special Projects Director and Director of Government Relations for the Strategic Advisory Group using funding line 9402 of the 2023 operating budget and return to council with a short list of candidates for decision. Are there any comments or questions in relation to the motion? All in favor? All opposed? Carried. Okay. Okay, I'd like to, I'm going to position the Calgary Herald article discussion after lunch with our discussion reports for information. The next topic, it's 10:23. Would council like to take a washroom break? Okay, so we'll join back at 10:35. It's 10:23. It'll give you 12 minutes. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for your patience again. We're just coming out of recess, and it's 10:43 a.m. We're just going to move forward with on our item on our agenda with reports for decision on pages 158 to 160, which is rescinding the motion for bylaw terms of reference in 2021, presented by Kate Brandt, our Manager of Legislative Services. Good morning, Kate.
Morning, Mayor and Council. So we've done some research and we found a motion back in 2021 to create a task force for the purpose of reviewing the city's current bylaws and recommend changes for council's review and direct administration to develop a terms of reference. We did go back and look at the video, and from this video, we did find the mayor's quotes stating to create a mayor's task force with council, public, and staff to start reviewing our bylaws from the perspective of the people being impacted by them. Multiple viewpoints on how they can affect different people from different perspectives. And our team feels now that this is a part of our actual process for reviewing bylaws and creating bylaws. So we are just looking for a motion to rescind that initial motion back in 2021. And you can see in section 3 of our new process that we presented in June that it is internal and external research that we do, as well as step number 6 is to do routine reviews of our bylaws. And it is actually our intention to take the month of August and actually do a bunch of full reviews on bylaws and policies while we have no council meetings. So the other part of this is we can actually look at council directing us to also create a policy and bylaw review policy and bring that back for adoption. And I've also provided the history of every time this came forward, and it looks like it just ended up on the action item list and then never got addressed. So if you want to just maybe pull the motions forward. So we're just looking for a motion to rescind the initial one.
Just have a question for you. So the motion that we're rescinding is in relation to a community task force or committee that would comprise itself of, I presume, residents on that committee, as well as possibly staff and council. My question is that I personally still believe it's valuable to have residents come forward with areas that are affecting them, because holistic planning is good, but you really want to know who's being impacted by what, and then is it reasonable what they're requesting. So, like for example, with lake residents, they may have different concerns than a resident that lives off of the lake, for example, and they may have to deal with some bylaw in relation to their dock. And so residents that are inside this, that are not on the lake, wouldn't necessarily have that same concern. And so from legislative perspectives, how does legislative and the rest of our staff not have that understanding of that issue unless we involve the public with their concerns? Not that we have to. I'll just leave it at that. Just see your thoughts on that.
Yeah, so actually with our new request for decision pages, if you scroll down
Okay.
to a little bit more, so you'll actually see the section for public communications. So when we bring matters forward or we go through this process, we actually now are going to be addressing, does it require a public hearing, public engagement of any kind? So we do want to include the public and know that we are getting the correct information, and that will be a part of our process.
So with that process, how would that work? So would you say that I want to deal with bylaw 1, 2, 3, and residents, please let us know if you have any concerns?
I'll give you a good example is the community, the CEIP Energy improvement, that's it. So that one, there's actually going to be a public engagement prior to second and third readings.
Okay. I'm just wondering if there would be items that we perceive as staff and council to be of our concerns. I'm wondering if we can also have an outlet to hear from residents, encourage residents to come forward with something that's affecting them that we may be on our scope or may not be. And you would know as soon as he mentions it or they mention it. And I'm just wondering if we could allow that to happen as well, so that we know what's top of mind for residents versus us fixing 100 bylaws. And it's 99th. We're getting to yours, but the residents are like, we'd like this dealt with right away. And you guys be the ultimate authority as to what the order should be, but just that dynamic to understand what's affecting people today, and is it something that you'd like to bring forward as ledge and or not?
For sure. My recommendation would still be to rescind this motion back from 2021, and then on the motions, I have it ready to go to advise us to create a new policy and bylaw review policy.
Okay.
And then we can include that within that policy.
Yeah, I like that, because it's there's so many things that I hear from people about things that have been changed that they don't understand or don't appreciate, and then or would like to have changed, and it's valid. Listening to what their concerns are and trying to look at if it is reasonable to make an actual change to a bylaw. So I think it'd be very appreciated what you're doing. So that's fantastic. Okay, so the motion that is at hand, are there any other questions before the motion's read of Kate? Councillor Hanley?
Yeah, I agree with you about rescinding the motion and going for the policy, and I think perhaps something that might want to be considered is like a portal to legislative services when people are saying, I think this bylaw should be changed. But I think that's also an opportunity, because sometimes people misunderstand bylaws and then it becomes information to administration that lets them educate people better in the public. So that they understand. So you have a sense, or you're on the pulse of what the community thinks and how what level of understanding they have on the bylaws. I think if the policy includes something like that along those lines, I think that would be a tremendous advantage to the city.
Are there any other comments? Councillor Fogt?
Through the mayor to Kate, I like that you guys are going to take on this task. It's something that I've thought has been needed for a long, long time. But on the restructuring of this, will there be a better table of contents to follow if you want to try to look up something as far as a dock or an OHV or scooters or something like that? Will there be those sort of little tabs that people will be able to follow a whole lot easier than going through, like the mention was of bylaw 02223? People won't understand that, but if there's a policy or a format to follow, is that your plan for what you're going to do?
Yes, that is our plan, to make it a little more user-friendly for sure. And any large bylaws will have a table of contents going forward.
Okay. Okay. No, I would support the request. I really would.
Okay, so we'll move to the motion unless there's any other comments from council. All right, if I could get the motion that's been requested of us read into the record. Councillor Hanley?
Motion that council rescind motion 525-21, which reads that council establish a task force with the purpose to review the city's current bylaws and recommend changes for council's review, and direct administration to develop a terms of reference for the February 8th, 2022 Committee of the Whole meeting. That's the first motion.
Okay, the first motion, are there any comments or questions in relation to the first motion? All in favor? Carried, thank you. There's a second motion.
Motion that council direct legislative services to create a policy and bylaw review policy.
Okay. Are there any comments or in relation to that motion? Councillor Dean?
Yes, thank you. Through the chair, are we allowed to directly direct legislative services, or should that be through the city director? Sorry, so what I'm suggesting is motion that council, through the city directors, direct legislative services to create a policy. Or that.
Direct administration to create policy under bylaw review policy and create a policy and okay, are there any other comments in relation to the motion? Councillor Hanley?
This motion doesn't say the first part, the create a policy and a bylaw review policy. I understand the bylaw review policy, but what are we creating in the first policy? We should be more clear.
It would be for both bylaws and policies. So the policy itself would be to review bylaws and policies. That
Its
makes a
title
bit
would be
more
Policy
sense.
and
Yeah.
Bylaw Review.
Okay. So then, shouldn't it say create a policy and bylaw review? That maybe, and then dash policy. Right?
To create a policy and bylaw. To create a policy and bylaw review. What about a policy on bylaw review? Or on a policy on bylaw policy review? Councillor Funk?
If they just state it as a policy review, then that would that cover policies and bylaws? So, because they're not changing
It
the
would
actual bylaws, you're only changing the review of the policies.
It would be to review like bylaws previous to them going out as well, so that encompasses your guys' direction in that motion previously. So we would want to include bylaws and policies in this policy, which is why we just added the little quotation marks around the name.
So should we say that to create a policy? Councillor,
Yes, thank you. Through the chair, I think the quotation marks covers it, right? Because that's what they're creating. They're creating a policy and bylaw review policy, right? They're creating a policy to do what's in the quotation marks. So I think the quotation marks does cover it.
one thing I just wanted to just run past you is to create a policy on bylaw and policy review. And then take out the last word policy, yeah. Councillor Funk?
I was just going to suggest that we flip it around and state that policy or bylaw review, bylaw and policy reviews. So that, because you're reviewing bylaws and policies, if you flip it away around, you only have to say policy once. And I think that's the confusion.
But you're creating a policy on policy review. It is a real thing,
I know, but
right? It's not like you're faking it. So what it says right now is that motion the council direct administration to create a policy on bylaw and policy review. Councillor Fote?
yeah.
I agree, but I think the intention, and they can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think they are going to look at the previous bylaws and policies and make the review. They don't need a policy to create a policy to review bylaws and policy. They are going to take a look at the bylaws and the policies, and they're going to update them. And I think that was the objective of them to do this. Am I not correct?
So one of the concerns, though, is how? And are we going to give them guidelines for how they're to do policy reviews or bylaw reviews? So, for example, I was concerned that I wanted to include residents in some of that discussion. So that's a guideline or a policy of how these reviews are going to occur. And so that was what Kate initially came back and indicated that we're going to create a policy on how that's going to happen. And that would include those kinds of things. Who would be involved, how it would happen, what are the steps it would follow. And council would then agree or disagree to that. And then they would then proceed, as you've indicated, to the actual bylaw itself or policy itself and then start talking about it. Councillor Hanley?
I think we can solve this by restating this to the motion. The council directs the administration to create a policy on bylaw and policy review process. So because we want to know the process. And I think then it becomes clear that this is about that process.
Okay, are there any other comments on this? If we could move forward then, if I can get this read into the record. Councillor Hanley?
Motion that council direct administration to create a policy on bylaw and policy, the bylaw and policy review process.
Thank you. Any comments or questions? All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Okay, moving on to the verbal update from City Director Travis Fillier. CGI contracts verbal update. Good morning, Travis.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. My intent this morning was to come with a couple different updates, but as we're not quite ready on one, I'm only here to talk about the other. So this one, sorry, Callan and Karen, this is not this one. It's just a verbal. So I'm here to talk about the utility master plan project that we have on the capital plan for this year. And so because the scope of work was estimated to be over $75,000 for the goods and services of this scope, we were required to go to an open procurement. The RFP was posted on the Alberta Purchasing Connections website on May 16th, and the RFP closed on June 15th. So we had 4 bids that were received from consultants that were qualified to do the work: SEMA Plus, ISL, All North, and KWL. Our staff administration team done the evaluations as it was a high score RFP, and SEMA Plus was the successful proponent based on that assessment. There are no implications to the approved capital budget. Right now, the original approved budget in the capital plan was $300,000. SEMA Plus came in at $170,000. And the reason I'm in front of you right now, even though it's within capital, within the capital budget, is that because of our procurement policy, any contracts for goods and services beyond the $75K per our procurement policy requires me to be in front of council to request your blessing on this. So my only comment on that would be, as a request for a decision here, is that we maintain the $300,000 that was in the capital plan, because as you know, we're going through annexation conversations with our planning consultants. There may be additional work that would be required that we could piece into the, having our successful proponent do some of that work as well. So my request to council would be that council would motion for me to award this project to SEMA Plus for the said $170,000.
Okay. And can we put forward a motion for that? Do we want to confirm in regards to the, as allocated for in the budget, 2023 budget? You want to say that, Councillor Dean?
Sorry, thank you. Can I just ask City Director Travis a question, and thank you. Through the chair to City Director Travis. Sorry, can you just clarify? So then we would approve the 170 for you right now, which I have no problem with. But the scope of work, if that scope of work changed, as you just mentioned in terms of annexation or anything like that, would that be then coming back before that scope of work changed, or can you just explain that to me a little bit, please?
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Dean. To be honest with you, I think I'm gonna step aside and maybe talk about something else here. With the procurement policy, I do believe with the way it's written, it's a bit redundant to the approvals that are required from council. And I know we're going back to look at our procurement policy and make some tweaks and revisions to improve it. I think that this would be one of them, because council goes through the whole budget process, they approve the budgets, and it should be then left with the CAO. If we're within budget per the identified scope of the project that was approved, I don't necessarily have to be back here asking for approval again of something you've already approved if I'm within budget. So to answer your question, I would say right now what I'm looking for is the motion from council to award it to SEMA Plus. Again, if we keep the $300,000 and I maintain within that, then I shouldn't have to be back here. If we do foresee that through annexations or whatever, that the scope would bump me over to, and then I would come back and be like, okay, this is the additional scope. Does council want me to proceed with this additional scope that would run us over budget? Then that would put me back here in front of you. But I would think moving forward, as long as council's okay, I would just proceed with the scope of work, operating within the approved capital plan budget of $300,000.
Okay. Councillor Dean?
Thank you. Then I wondered, through the chair to council and all three city directors, I wonder, even within a piece of that, doing, say, whether that be a monthly or bi-monthly update on projects like this. I wonder if that could even cover that piece off as a, remember council, it was within 300, here's where we're sitting on that project right now. I just wonder if that would just help, even just as a quick update piece. Without that approval piece that you're speaking of, so just as a reports for information type of piece, I wonder if that would just help open those communication lines a little bit.
Yep, for sure. I mean, I think when we come back after the break in August, the intent was for each department then to come back to council with the public actions list update, kind of just giving you an update on everything within our department. This would be one on the capital plan that would be like, okay, here's where we're at with this project, and then I would give you a full update on all council priorities as well as all the capital projects. Yeah.
Councillor Hanley?
Yeah, I think with the motion that's in front of us is to award it within the defined scope that you have, right? The concern is you're not consuming the entire budget, which means there's a betterment, which means that, we won't spend all the capital, and that could be an opportunity to do something at a later point in time. But then when you take on the additional work, if that so be it, that type of work may not be capital in nature, right? So then that funding is not appropriate to be used, because certain expenses can be capitalized, other expenses cannot. So it's important that we follow that. So I think to address your issue, it's within this motion to go within the RFD defined scope, because now you have you put out a contract, you decided exactly what was required, and the bids came back, and so if we just authorize that, then you're clean on that, and then we're aware of the fact of there's an actual betterment in capital, and should something come up at a later point in time that you require that, then you would come to us to consume that betterment on something else.
So just to clarify, Councillor Hanley, so you're suggesting that the motion after SEMA Plus, they have a comma and then say with
within the defined scope.
The RFP defined scope?
Yeah.
Okay.
And the RFP itself had a couple of provisional items in it. For us, even putting the annexation aside, of us doing some additional scope depending on where the value fell on the RFP.
Yeah.
And if we had room to take on those couple, it's just opportunities to optimize on the models and the capital and, projections on the investments that we see in the next 25 years, right?
Yeah, because
The annexation does tie to that too, though, right? So just, we at the end of the day, we just want to make sure our consultants and administration is proceeding efficiently.
the RFP was approved by council. So you're within the parameters of that scope.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's all this motion needs to be. And then, as you mentioned, though, council, of course, is interested in creating efficiencies and increasing our effectiveness in our departments. So bringing this back to us after August for minor adjustments to various policies is encouraged,
Okay.
for sure. Councillor Dean?
Yes, thank you, through the chair, Travis. I really appreciated your answer to the question. It certainly clarified. I just want to confirm then that the wording that we've added within the request of proposal scope doesn't handcuff you. I can't think of a better word for it. In regards to what you had just said in the answer to the question for me, because I feel like I'm curious if this limits you more than how you had just answered the question to me, because I was fully in support of that answer, and just want, if you could help clarify that it's the same answer still with these added words.
That's fine. Yeah, the way the motion reads is fine. I think the intent of me bringing the annexation into the conversation is I would rather leave the budget there if we could, in that I don't want council to reallocate that $130,000 and put it to something else, when I could very well be back here again saying, hey, just so you know, through the successful proponent of, the planning consultant that I'm going to bring on for any annexation or any other work for that matter, I need that budget back, right? So if there's an opportunity to just keep it there, then I would request keep it there. And at the end of the day, if we are $130,000 under budget, then that's just a win for us. So.
Yeah, no, traditionally, that would be a conversation that we would have down the road if the city's looking for additional funds, and are there any savings for a specific project or something, or what you might bring forward as to some betterments that you've experienced.
Absolutely.
But otherwise, it would remain in your budget.
Perfect.
Unless Councillor Foat wants to build another dog park or do something to spend some more money. Councillor Hanley?
Yeah, because of the source of funding of that, if that's from a grant or whatever, the funds can't be used for something else without modifying the paperwork or modifying the grant proposals. So all of those things are the safety things that are in place. So before it would ever get consumed somewhere else, those questions would have to be answered.
True.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, are there any other comments or questions in relation to the motion on the floor? Could we reread that into the record, Councillor Hanley?
Motion that council directs administration to award the Utilities Master Plan project to SEMA Plus within the request for proposal scope.
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions? All in favor? Carried. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you, Travis. What is our time? 11:11. Okay. I'm just wondering, again, we'll move on to item number G1. City Director Travis, if you'd like to do the presentation on the road improvement progress verbal update.
Thank you, Mayor, and hello again, Council. Just give me 1 second here. I'll just get up to speed on this. You do it from here?
Yeah, just do it from there.
So as this is a joint one, Cam and I are going to do this from our brand new desks. So there's just been a few updates, I guess, within the community that Cam and I thought we would take the opportunity and just not only touch on some of the evident ones, but even just in general of all things road improvements for the city. So you're going to see it lumped into two categories here: CGI, which is my group, and so this would be more on the lines of preliminary planning, design phase, and then obviously Cam's with the community operations would be more on the construction, maintenance, and operations. So to start, I just wanted to bring an update on Range Road 284. So that's the west limits of the city of Chestermere. Currently it's in a gravel state. A part of the upgrade is required as part of the Chelsea development, so we're looking at currently the design of that cross section in conjunction with the city of Calgary, because they own half of the right of way as well for the future expansion of that road. So I just wanted to let everyone know that that project is currently in its design phase. Chestermere Boulevard twinning. So there's two sections of the corridor here. We have from Range Road 284 to Rainbow Road as being the initial, and then Rainbow Road to West Chestermere Drive. And so Range Road 284 to Rainbow Road, we currently have the design, and we're currently doing a review on that. That will expand Chestermere Boulevard between Range Road 284 and Rainbow Road. As we know, Chestermere Boulevard is, starting to see a lot of traffic with all the development in the growing city. So we're hoping to do some earthworks on that this year for the flanks, like the expansion of the roadway, and then Rainbow Road to West Chestermere Drive, portion of Chestermere Boulevard. Currently, we're looking at the existing right-of-way there and the existing shoulders, the current median that's there, and our consultant is doing a couple cross sections for us to see if we can fit in the 4 lanes within the existing right-of-way. There may be some slight expansion required at certain sections, but at the end of the day, what we're looking to do is to twin Chestermere Boulevard from Range Road 284 right down through to the city center, so whether that be Marina Drive or West Chestermere Drive. Rainbow Road twinning. So as most are probably aware, we've awarded the contract and construction is going to start on Monday, July 17th. So we're less than a week away for that to get going, which should be exciting. There will be, traffic management that'll come into play. Our comms team will communicate with the residents on that. There'll be lots of signage up. We'll have the digital boards and whatnot for any traffic detours that may be required. The CN Rail crossing upgrades, pretty exciting to see Rainbow Road completed. CN done a great job on that, as well as their staff coordinating with some of the road closures and whatnot. So that one's complete. There's 2 more still on the list for CN though, as we continue to coordinate and collaborate with them. Township Road 240, no surprise with that one. It's a gravel section leading up and past that crossing, which is in pretty bad shape right now. So it sounds like CN is wanting to get that one done here in the next 2 to 3 weeks. So again, the exact date to be determined. But in the meantime, we're still looking to see if there's an opportunity to add some gravel to the sections that haven't been paved. Cam is going to work with me on that one in regards to getting a crew out there if we can, in collaboration with CN as well, to see if we can just improve that gravel section of road in the meantime. Range Road 282, so, similar to Rainbow Road, there's been concerns of that crossing as well, and that it's starting to get beat up and starting to deteriorate in the same condition. Not quite as bad, but it's definitely, you can see, is seeing a bit of wear and tear, especially with the heavy hauls that has happened over the spring. So we're working with CN Rail. It is on their capital plan for 2024 for the permanent. There was going to be an interim fix, but we're trying to work with them to see if we can just advance that permanent fix. Again, a date on that to be determined, but we're hoping to do something this year. West Chestermere Drive realignment. Again, this is very early on, preliminary design phase. As you know, we're trying to do some improvements to the expansion of Anniversary Park and whatnot in conjunction with future plans on the CRCA site if we can. And so that would involve the realignment of West Chestermere Drive. We are at the very prelim stages of that, but I have seen some alignments that are under review. John Morris Way, I was here a week or 2 ago talking about that intersection. And so that one right now sits in the design phase as we wait for the TMP model update. Same with the next one for Marina Drive. I'm going to pause on that one for a second. If you just bear with me as I continue on, I'm just going to... I did want to show something here. Bear with me for 1 sec. Maybe I'll flash it at the end when Cam does his, sorry. So Marina Drive, as we know, sees a queue right now as well. with that four-way stop, traffic backs right on up around Marina Drive, even past City Hall in the morning, every morning. And I know it's timely, I guess. There's a lot of queue there to get out of there. So we're looking at improving that intersection. Right now, we've preliminarily looked at adding kind of a hybrid roundabout that could work there. I do have some line work. That's what I wanted to flash up on the screen, but I'll track that down here shortly. So again, that one's in design phase in conjunction with John Morris Way. We had the Chestermere Boulevard Bridge feasibility study. So one of the council priorities for this year was to engage in that feasibility study for the existing bridge as it's reaching its end of life. A piece of infrastructure that we've acquired through from Alberta Transportation when the old highway ran through here. I think that bridge dated back 1958 or 68. I can't remember the exact date, but again, at its end of life, so we've engaged in upgrading that bridge. That report is planned to come to council on July 25th through our consultant. And then the last one is Rainbow Road acceleration lane on the north end. So we were here, we had talked about our update from Alberta Transportation, so that was exciting. Administration is currently preparing the design RFQ to request interest from 3 of our pre-qualified transportation consultants. And that's all I have for that. Does council have any questions?
Councillor, are there any questions for Travis? No, if you please proceed.
We'll go through the community operations stuff now. A little different than CGI. We complete our stuff. We don't just talk about things. Rainbow Road North was the double seal coat was completed the first week of June. We are going to add the traffic counters back on in the speed recorders just to understand with the increased traffic if we're seeing any stuff up there, or we can actually potentially look at increasing that speed limit as well if it warrants it. Center line on Marina Drive, I'm sure Travis is going to say some comments about that. There's a couple spots in it where we will go back to the contractor to take a look at the beginning and the end. Otherwise, the picture that you see on Facebook is just a horrible angle and just really shows all the flaws. Probably lessons learned. We should not actually have breaks in between the yellow lines. We just have one consistent line. Probably wouldn't show the issues as much. Permanent lines were also completed on Chestermere Boulevard, Rainbow Road North, and Chestermere Drive yesterday as well. No issues with those. 80% of the residential crosswalks and stop bars have been completed in the city. Portions of Rainbow Falls and east side of Chestermere are still remaining and will be completed before the end of July. Safe sidewalks gone through the city now and finished grinding down all the tripping hazards on the sidewalks throughout the city. East side active trail project will start in August. Be completed by the end of August. Potholes repairs are now started. All HVAC and catch basin maintenance work has been completed. We started the work on John Peak to extend the culvert to remove the ice rink that we create over there every winter. So that should not be a problem this year. Specific stormwater ponds are being treated to reduce the algae and the duckweeds. Fire cuts will commence soon, and then we're having our ongoing road maintenance on our 2 remaining gravel roads. That's it for me. Any questions from council?
That's a lot of information. Thank you, Cam. Councillor Watt?
Thank you through the chair to Cam. Can you just elaborate, what does fire cuts to commence soon mean?
That's where they start cutting the grass that's in the ditches so that if there's a fire, it doesn't spread out across the roadways or the roadways.
Thank you.
Cam, one time we had a question in relation to stormwater ponds and reducing algae. I assume we're talking about chemical treating.
That's what we're currently doing.
We had once talked about the idea of, I guess it's mechanical, but basically putting in fountains and allowing for the aeration to circulate and obviously deal with the growing of algae because it's being circulated rather than being stagnant. I still personally like that approach. One, of course, lack of chemicals. 2, it adds more ambiance to the park or the area where the pond is. And it is in personal history. I know that it works extremely well. That I've had large fountains in ponds before that surprisingly deal very, very well with the algae growth concern. And I just wonder if that's something we could still look into, and what's feasible, because obviously you need a power source. It becomes a challenge if you don't have one.
To the chair, yeah, those are still on our list of things to look at. Power is our biggest challenge, to make sure that we have appropriate power for the, even if it's a bubbler, we need appropriate power, but if it's for sure a fountain, you need high power, like 240 or better.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
we're looking at all those areas, and we can actually probably, maybe it'd be better if we actually identified the one or two that we definitely want to have
Test,
those
try it out.
fountains in, and then we can start doing all the legwork that's required to get them going.
Excellent. In review of stormwater ponds, just like our lake is needing dredging, on the maintenance of some of these stormwater ponds, has it been determined if these ponds have a lot of accumulation of silt and et cetera that flows through natural process? But and should we not? Do we have a maintenance program that makes sure that we're digging this out gradually?
We're just starting to look into that maintenance program now. We haven't had a very good one for in the past, so we have our stormwater coordinator now who's actually putting that all together for us.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. Councillor, are there any other questions? Travis? Nope. Okay. Councillor Vogt?
Cam, I appreciate all your report and stuff like that, and I appreciate that you've ground down the tripping hazards and things like that. But what are you doing to resolve the large cracks that are being created in all of our sidewalks in the city?
Through the chair to Councillor Fote. Definitely a great question. So in the past, we've always had about $80,000 built into our budget. This year, we increased it to $200,000 for annual maintenance. It's probably still, again, that's maybe probably a quarter of what we would need going forward. But if we increase it every year going forward, we should be able to get to some of them. So this year, you'll see the biggest increase in that at $200,000 versus 80. So almost 3 times what we had in the past.
Okay, thank you. And follow-up question, Mr. Mayor. Pertaining to the stormwater ponds, I am concerned. It's an area that I walk by nearly every day. There's that one storm pond that has been a problem for years and years and years, and you've went in and you've treated it with chemical to kill the algae, and all you've made is an on-site nightmare, and it's starting to stink now. I guess the mayor made a comment about what are we trying to do to try to clean that out. I would think that even if they would just put a pump in it and drain it, it'd be a move in the right direction, so that you could do something with it yet this fall for future. That's just a suggestion.
Through the chair to Councillor Fote. Yeah, we definitely looked at it last year. We actually did some dredge work over there as well. So that storm pond that you're particularly talking about is not designed properly. It's not really a storm pond. It was almost a runoff. So there's no flow. And that's one of the challenges. It just sits stagnant. And when you almost need an event to happen to move the water. And if you don't get the events to happen, then nothing's. So we can look at some mechanical controls in there to try to flow the water better. But right now, there is no solution until we start to do more of that investigative work.
I've got a lot to say today for other questions, but I made a suggestion to your Parks and Recreation group here about 2 or 3 years ago that they needed to go take a look at the windmills that you can get actually PV Mart, and they come with 100 feet of hose, and you can actually have them solar, so they actually create their own energy. And you could use that in some of your storm ponds to circulate them until you decide to put in a fountain or something like that. But I think that would be that'd be a great thing for your Parks and Recreation people to go take a look at.
We can definitely look through it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cam, just to talk about that point a little bit further, that one pond that you're referring to, from what I understand, is quite shallow. Surprisingly. And maybe that's because of the silt over time, over 30, 40 years. But I think even using, whether you wish to rent an excavator or using our own wheeled excavator, and digging that out will serve 2 purposes. Is that the current depth of it being surprisingly shallow, which I think is even under 2 feet, but if you do get fountains, that's probably not deep enough
Correct.
for the underside of the fountain to actually have it suction and whatnot. It'll sucking up dirt or mud, and so digging those out mechanically, in preparedness to preparing to deal with the potential fountain, etc. And it's not a huge job either. Like I know you did grab a floating excavator, which is very cool. In this particular event, I think there is opportunity to do it from the shoreline and just test out how far you're able to reach and things like that. But I'll leave that in your capable hands, though, as to which is the best way to do that. Just that it needs to be done, and we can have further discussion if required on this.
Okay.
Councillor, are there any other discussions to bring forward for Cam? Councillor Funk.
Through the mayor to operations. For the painting of center lines down roads,
Yes.
it's interesting that it's been a conversation to get the one road done.
Yes.
Do we have, or have we identified what roads within the city require center lines and what ones don't? Because most cities don't have all roads painted with center lines. And so I think we need a definitive what needs them and what doesn't need them, and move forward and just get them completed within a policy.
Yeah, I'll leave that one to Travis. You can answer that one.
Through the chair to Councillor Funk. So a lot of that would align with some of the design standards. Typically what I've seen in the past is it depends on your classification of road. So when you get into local roads, that you won't see a lot of that line painting. It's when you get into your minor collectors, your major collectors, where you want to see some delineation in laneway. Generally because you have parked vehicles. And I know back to Marina Drive, like that was some of the challenge even through there was because there was parked vehicles, right? But I mean, essentially we could even just go through a lot of the city maps and just identify which ones have it right now and which ones don't and which ones can maybe use it. But generally it's collector roads that you'll start seeing the center line.
Councillor Fote?
Through the mayor to Cam, will the the pathways in the parks and stuff like that, will you be painting center lines back on them again or not?
We haven't. It was started one time. There's a few that actually do have them. It was never really part of our plan, but if council feels that was the direction you wish to go, we can definitely look at the cost and understand what that would look like going forward.
And a shout out to you for painting the center lines on. That's going to make it easier for me to drive.
Yeah, that's right.
I have no comment for that.
That's right. All right, if we could get a motion to accept this as information. If we have that motion to come forward. Oh, sorry, Travis, did you want to talk about this?
Yeah, I just wanted to flash this one quickly. It's very preliminary, but I just wanted to show council some of the very preliminary concept layout that we've done for Marina Drive. So again, the four-way stop not being the best solution, I would say, for a lot of the queuing. So this right now, from our transportation consultant, from our operations perspective in the model, based on forecasting, we are told that it works well. And you can see that it actually fits here pretty good as well. So the next stage in this would be to just go and do a bit of field survey just to confirm some of the limits of this and really kind of make this more of a concrete plan. If this is something council wanted to move forward with, of course, I'll be back here again with a little bit more of a formal presentation. It sounds like right now there may be just a little slight clip of a corner that we would have to acquire. It's very, very minor, but again, through some field survey, we may be able to tighten it up a little bit. But again, once I get a little bit more information on this, I can be back here, hopefully in a joint conversation with what we want to do with John Morris Way as well. So.
Excellent. Councillor, are there any questions for City Director Travis in regards to that? Not seeing any. All right. The motion, if I could get a councillor to read the motion into the record. Councillor Hanley?
Motion that council accepts the road improvement progress verbal update as information.
Thank you. Are there any comments in relation to the motion? All in favor? Carried. Thank you. $11:33. All right, I'd like to move forward with item G2, and then we'll break for lunch after that. Is in regards to a presentation by Mac Langan, sorry, in relation to our new website presentation. He's going to do that today. Good morning. Almost, yeah.
Just a little bit set up here. I just plugged this in, hey? Should be working. All right. So, give me a second here. We're getting this transferred over. Oh, okay. So just going to one. All right. So, we'll just sort of present the, I guess it's a draft copy of the new City of Chestermere website.
Can you use the mic just for our online audience?
Sorry. Is it on?
Just click the space bar. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, so just here to present it's pretty much done. I've just got a couple little things to button up, but we've got the City of Chestermere website updated here. So I just wanted to start off, I've got sort of just like a little tour of a couple of the different features that are on it. We're not going to go through the whole thing because there's a lot, but so we'll start here. We've got our new home page. I'll reload it here, kind of does a little loading animation, but this is designed by our comms team here. We've got our updated logos, so they've kind of just simplified it and just made it a little bit updated for the new website and everything. The sort of goal with the new website was to make it really easy to use for everybody, make it really good on all devices and everything, in comparison to the old website, which didn't really work on any device. Cool. So, it just kind of comes down. We're making Sorry, I haven't used this system yet, so I'm not sure why it's jumping around. But we're just trying to make the most common features really accessible for people, just so that, they can get what they need out of the website and carry on with their day, as well as sort of just attract people to the city and make it look nice, right? So we've got a little Discover Chestermere section for, people who are interested in the community. Of course, our updated news flash section. So this will be any updates.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. Just a point about, I guess it's not showing online.
We're trying to figure it out.
Oh, sorry.
Should we give it a minute to figure that out?
Sure, if we could just take a break.
Of course.
Carolyn, do you want to take a 5-minute recess, or do you want us to continue this after lunch?
That's up to you. It might take a little longer than 5 minutes to figure it out.
Okay.
It's your call.
Sorry, Mac.
It's all good.
Yeah, sorry about that. It was
It's fine.
not showing online.
It's nice to make sure this is shown online, because this is exciting information. Exactly, since it's online information. That's right.
Can you run it off of
Maybe. I'm
this computer, because I'm sure you probably have the.
Not sure if you can move it, though. They'd have to move it. Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna switch to their computer. So just
Okay.
half a second here.
Thanks, Kate.
I got you. No worries. Okay.
You might want to start over.
I will start over, yeah. Just trying to figure out which keyboard goes where, sorry. Okay. So we'll just let this load here real quick. Sorry, they've got a whole bunch of stuff open on this computer. Can I close some of your... Okay, sorry, there's a lot of stuff open on this computer, so it's operating very slowly. And then should I unplug that thing? Is that Ledge Services? Should I unplug that computer or no? That one because it's connected to the TV.
No, that should be good.
Okay, because this isn't on the screen, right? Like that's still my laptop.
You just have to.
I don't.
Okay, William will do it. It's really easy. You just have to switch the computer.
Okay. I would have done that before walking away. But.
Yep.
Okay, so looks like we're ready to go here again. We'll just kind of start from the top, I guess, again. So we've got the updated logos, of course. Again, we're just sort of going through everything, trying to make it as easy as possible for people to use with the common features most prominent. So, of course, the council meetings, updates, public notices, and just city events. Trying to make it enticing for people who might be visiting Chestermere or potential new residents. And then I believe this is where we got to. So we have our news flash section. This is where all the, news updates, things like that, Rainbow Road crossing updates, things like that will all come up here. Able to get to Chestermere today, where we sort of have more local stuff, as you guys know. This will be our little events area. So, kind of just promotes events that are going on in the city. More quick access stuff. A little council section here for you guys. And then, of course, highlight for gifts of kindness. And then we just got our little footer section here with quick links and stuff like that. So this is the homepage design. Again, we just wanted to keep it super simple, really usable on all devices, that kind of thing. So moving on, I've just got a few pages that sort of highlight some of the features that are found throughout the website, and I'll show that to you here. So in community services, we're just going to check out the PCSS page. It'll just highlight some of the sort of design language we used throughout the website, and most of the pages kind of look the same. They're very much a similar styling. So, so just kind of like this, goes through just a basic description. It will include some links if they're relevant, and helps just highlight some of the features and give some people some description of, in this case, PCSS, but it is very much the same for most of the other departments. So, of course, we've got these accordion systems found throughout the website. Pretty common on most websites, but it allows us to organize the information a little bit better. And so, you'll see these pretty much everywhere. So that's the one page. I wanted to also show you just this park maintenance page. It highlights another feature that I've put out through the website, and that's this tab system. So across the top, of course, this is just park maintenance, and these tabs will allow you to, it just helps organize the information a little bit better. So that's kind of the look and feel we went for. And those accordions again, so people can expand the information, but not have it all in front of your face. Moving along, I've got the account information page here on the utility section, just to sort of go over, again, we have this tab system, some information about utilities. Everything's been pulled from the other website, so there might be a couple little things that still need to be updated, but for the most part, things are staying the same. And then for this page, we have nested most of our forms. So If you wanted to sign up for e-bills, you just click there and the whole form just populates the page and you're able to fill it out without having to jump around to different pages or anything. Same thing for opening or closing an account. So tried to make all the different forms and stuff that were scattered on the old website all sort of consolidated and easy to use. So yeah, and then of course just more information. There's lots and lots of text throughout the website, as you probably assume, and most of it looks like this. Moving along, I wanted to show you the new events calendar and calendar system. So this tried to keep it really simple and usable as well. It just shows a list of upcoming events in chronological order. So you can see today's council meeting is the most recent one. This will just show it in a list of events, like I said, but if you would prefer a traditional calendar view, you can view it like that. Simply hovering over the event will show a little card for it, so you get an image, you can see the dates and times and a little description and everything. If you want more information, you can of course open up that event. It'll give you, the venue, the address, the dates, times, everything you need. Little Google Maps link, related events, and it even gives you the option to add it to Google Calendar, Outlook, whatever you use. So tried to make it usable for everybody. And then of course they have the day view. So if there was multiple events happening on one day, they would all show up there. Moving along, we have the council section. Of course, I thought I'd show you all where your profiles look like on the website. So this is just the Meet Your Council page. Again, I've got a vertical navigation here just because of the length of the names doesn't fit across the top. So we've got one for mayor, deputy mayor, and then each councillor also has their page. They all follow the same format. If any of you don't want this information up there, if you want something changed or added, or just let me know. It's no problem at all. So I know we've got phone numbers on these. It's on the other website, so I transferred it over. But again, if you want it removed, it's no problem. So yeah, that's what those look like. Then of course underneath I've got the nice group picture. So there's that. And then I just wanted to show the agendas and council meetings page. This is sort of a component that comes from iCompass, so I can't really change how it functions too much. But it is similar to the other website, and I do think it works well. So has all the HTML, PDFs, lets you watch the video. Some people might be watching the video on this right now. And then, of course, it's got your records and everything, and a small section for public hearings. So if people wanted to, apply for a public hearing or have their feedback, that's all there as well. Another section I wanted to just show was the animal services section. So this will just be an example of how residents would use the website to, say, apply for like their dog licenses and stuff like that. So tried to keep it super simple. We've got this video that was created by a comms team in the past, as well as just the steps. So, lets you fill out the form, gives you a sort of step-by-step instructions, trying to keep it absolutely as simple as possible. And then, of course, your form is right on the page. So easy as we could get it. And then just some information on wildlife as well. So that's all pretty pretty basic stuff. Pretty much just, call animal services. Moving along, we also have a Gifts of Kindness dedicated page with some additional functionality that allows people to donate directly from the page. So say someone wants to do a donation, or if it's around Christmas or anything, or if it's not during an event that, we kind of have those feelers out there, they can come to here at any time and make a donation to Gifts of Kindness. So that's quite nice. I know that's a really nice thing that our community does. So wanted to make that easy for people. Of course, other things here, we've got forms kind of hidden everywhere whenever they're relevant. And again, just tried to follow that same design language throughout. But that's pretty much the look and feel and the different functionalities of the website. There's a couple things that I'm still working on buttoning up. There was a requirement for some advanced search functionality when it comes to bylaws and policies and stuff that we're just brushing up right now. So that will be implemented before launch. as well as just lipstick and kind of things like that. Just a couple little things. We have gone through with most departments all the content and everything. I've sat with a representative from each one. We've gone through everything. There's a couple outstanding, but we're looking to get that done as well before launch. So that's kind of it. Another thing that's going to be launching with this website is a new service desk category for all employees as well. This will work the same as the IT service requests or the building service requests. There'll be separate categories for new page or features to be added, edits or modifications to existing pages or features, or of course an opportunity to report a bug or a problem or anything with the website, and I can go into address that afterwards. But yeah, that's pretty much the little once over here. There's lots more, but not much different from what I've shown you. So yeah, if there's any questions or concerns or anything at all, I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you, Mac. That looks exciting. It sure seems easy to use. Councillor, are there any questions for Mac in relation to what's been presented? Councillor Dean?
Yes, thank you. You may have said this, I may have missed it, so my apologies. When is the launch date for the new website?
This month. It's kind of soft. So like I'm pretty much at the point here where I'm just sort of waiting for other stuff to come through, and then as soon as we can. Okay. Yeah. So it's mostly done as soon as we get those couple things and then get the thumbs up. It's going live. Yeah. And I do think we're going to do a soft launch. So we're going to keep the old website up, put the new website up, and then have them both run for like a couple weeks just to make sure that there's no anything really, and then we'll drop the old one. Yeah.
Interesting. Any other questions, guys, for Mac? All right, thank you, Mac. Just a question: is there any opportunity for council to have any ability to interact with this between now and the soft launch?
Absolutely. Yeah. If you'd like, we can whatever you'd like. Yeah.
Just let them surf around and get their feel for it and come up with some.
Yeah.
Whatever
I can
comments, if any.
I can make access for all of you. So
Okay.
you'll be able to free reign.
Thank you, Mac. All right, Callan, if we can get a motion to accept Mac's presentation as information.
Cool. Sorry.
Vote.
Scramble there.
Do you want it, the moat?
Yeah, when it comes, okay, yeah.
That is really smooth.
Alrighty.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mac.
Lots of work. Makes it look easy. But we don't know it's not. Okay, Councillor Fote, if you can read that motion.
Motion that council accepts the the draft new website presentation as information.
Thank you. Any comments or questions? All in favor? Carried. Thank you. All right. I'd like to take this opportunity to break for lunch. And we'll look at coming back from lunch at 1:30 p.m. Thank you very much, everyone. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining us today. Just coming back from our lunch recess. I'd like to move forward with our agenda for today's council meeting, specifically focusing on the Section E, which is our financial reports. Today, we're going to be going through the CUI update, our utilities update, which we're going to be doing a year in review, and going through financial statements and audited financials that are going to be presented today by Kim Wallace and as prepared by Ann Ty, Finance Manager. So please come forward, Kim.
Yeah, just in case council has a specific question that I may not be able to answer. Wonderful.
Turn your mic on. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council.
Afternoon.
Yes, I'm here today to provide a brief summary on our 2022 audited financial statements for the Chestermere. Oh, thank you, Anne. Chestermere Utility Company, formerly known as CUI. I'm happy to report that Dawn Accounting and Abadi Corporation completed the 2022 audited financial statement for the utility company and presented it to the board on Thursday, July 27th. At that time, the board accepted and signed the audited report. And present that day was Councillor Dean, Deputy Mayor Fote, Councillor Hanley, and Mayor Colvin, of course. And I just want to let our residents know and council that after today's presentation, the financial statements will be on the website for our residents to review. And so to begin, I will start now. I'm sorry, I'm a little out of breath. I ran over here. Give me a second to catch my breath. Okay, so today I'm just going to be providing a brief highlight or summary of what people can expect from our audited financial reports. And if people prefer or would like, they can review. I don't know if it's working. Oh, there we go. Technical difficulties today.
There you go.
Is that what happens? You have to turn it on? Turn it off. Okay, I'll remember that next time. Okay. So, are we able to zoom in? It's kind of hard to see. There we go. I can't. Okay, you're just going to have to try to follow along because I can't really. Okay, so I'll just briefly go through our agenda. So for the first page and second page, I am showing the independent auditor's report and his signature. So to let everyone know, he did sign off on the financial statements. I'll then be going through the 2022 balance sheet, followed by the 2022 operational expenses and revenue, then the 2022 income statement, followed by some notes and our conclusion for next steps. And then, of course, I'll be taking questions. So this is page one. I'm not going to go into the details of this. It is part of our audited financial statements. This is page one of his report, and page two just outlines his professional services and so on, and that is his signature. So we can go on to page three, which is our 2022 balance statement. And I do want to clarify a couple things. The utility company is currently referred to as a numbered company, 1538974, and our audited financial statements are for the year ending December 31st, 2022. So just briefly, for those that may not know or kind of get what this is about, a balance sheet is the overall cumulative financial picture of the utility company since its inception. So these are the values and the numbers that have carried forward year after year. And so to date, our total valued assets are 121, almost $122 million, which is fantastic. And if you scroll down a little bit, Callan, our liabilities, our total liabilities are $67.8 million. So that puts us in a pretty good financial picture when you look at our assets and liabilities. The next document that I want to demonstrate is our 2022 Operational Revenue and Expenses Report. And again, I'll just quickly explain this. These are the real costs of what it costs the utility company or the city to run the utility company. What are the real expenses? What are the real revenues? And you can see our total revenues were $15.2 million, and our total expenses were just about $12 million, leaving us with an operational net revenue of $3.14 million. Again, fantastic. So as a reminder, council chose last year not to raise utility rates, yet the utility company's operational revenue increased year over year. Although expenses also increased, the utility closed out the year with the $3.14 million operational net revenue, further demonstrating operational efficiencies realized by staff and under the leadership of the utility board, which is, of course, our council. And moving into the next sheet, I will go through the income statement. And for those that may not really get the difference between the operational revenue and expenses and the income statement now brings in the financial costs of what it is beyond our operational revenue and expenses. So, for example, amortization, the cost of financing, but you will notice that we have a little bit of discrepancy if you go down a little bit on the page, Callan, that instead of showing a $3.14 million operational net revenue, we are now showing a loss at almost $1 million. And it's our job to explain that for council and residents. So an income statement normally does include non-cash items such as amortization. But, and within that amortization and the value of equity go hand in hand. So for normally on a income statement, we would have a draw on equity to balance out the amortization. This irregularity, as you can see, is not being shown. So for example, in this statement, our amortization shows that we have a $3.4 million amortization costs. However, in our revenues, there is no draw on equity. There's no balance. There's no value of what the equity is to offset the amortization. So we have a value of something, and then we have to show how it's depreciating over time. So we're only showing the depreciation costs. We're not showing the value of the asset. So unfortunately, what that does is it understates our revenues. We don't have enough in our revenue to offset the amortization. So it has this $1 million loss on the books. So why is this happening? Unfortunately, when CUI was initially set up, an irregularity occurred in that at that time, they didn't bring in the equity of the assets. They didn't amortize them right away. Of course, that doesn't happen within the first year, but they didn't bring in the equity. So year over year, that equity has been missing from our income statements. The revenue from our income statements has been understated year over year. So moving forward to help people understand this a little bit more in a more succinct way, The irregulars in the CUI financial statement since 2012, all financial statements since 2012 have been understated due to not properly recording equity on the originally transferred contributed assets. And for those at home who don't know what contributed assets are, those are developer assets that are provided to the city. The city does self-financed assets. These are developer assets, the contributed assets. And we have noted that in our 2022 financial statement in the related party transactions on note 12. Our auditor did note that this was an irregularity that happened back in 2012 that has since rolled through year over year. The concern is the understated revenues carried over since 2012 could have led to the city incorrectly raising utility rates. So, for example, if previous councils didn't understand or didn't catch the understated revenues, they would look at that income statement and immediately see, oh my goodness, we're $1 million in debt. We must cover that by raising utility rates. And so we've now identified that and obviously are not going to be doing that. But we also have a big job ahead of us. So the next steps for city will be to review all the recorded assets since the inception of CUI to understand what was developer contributed assets, so what the developer gave, and what was self-financed by the city. And just to explain a little bit, developer contributed assets and self-finance assets are things like pumps, sewers, pump stations, those kinds of things. Those are our assets. So once we understand exactly what our assets are, this is part of what Anne's team will be doing anyways when we're rolling the entire company back into the city. They had to do this as part of the job, but we will then separate the assets into their correct categories because as far as we can see, when going back into the records, they're all lumped together. So we need to understand what is what. And then we're going to build out a proper financial amortization model to recognize the differences and restate the financial statements going back to 2012. So as you can well understand, that's going to be a big job. And we want to ensure that our accounting practices are following under the same entity as the public sector accounting rules because of what had previously occurred. Additionally, the city, on top of understanding where our financial picture is at, we will create a report that analyzes the utility debt. As you know, we have a significant debt, and we need to understand what was that debt for from years ago and who is required to pay it back. Meaning that the city previously often paid for developers' infrastructure, for those sewers, those pipes, that would be recovered eventually through off-site levies. And the developers paid that over time. So we basically financed those developers, which caused the huge debt. And it's an uncomfortable amount of debt for the city to be holding. So this council, as you are aware, has stopped that practice, but we still are in the position that we need to go back and rectify the situation. And that will be the job of Anne and her incredibly professional team. And that is the end of my summary of where we're at with the utility company. And I'd like to know if council has questions or concerns, or if I can review something.
Sure. I have some questions. Callan, can you go back to, I think it's page 6? Okay, so this count, can you make sure you keep at the top of this page on the screen? Thank you. So what I think you've indicated here is that in this analysis, which is revenue versus expenses, it identifies for the year of 2022 that there's been a net revenue of just over $3.1 million.
That's correct.
So that's a positive experience for the city and for the residents in the sense that you've demonstrated, or the utilities demonstrated, that there's operational efficiencies that they've achieved through the year, which is exciting because a utility is supposed to have a zero-based budget.
Right.
And so utilities don't budget for profit. It's not a profit entity. It's not supposed to make money. It's supposed to cover its expenses through its utility, which it has to. So when there is expenses that need to be covered, residents must pay those fees. So in this situation, we've identified for the year, which is incredible, that there's an additional approximately $3.1 million of revenue that's been realized. Now, if you go to what's concerning, though, is if you go to the next page, page 7, and if you could back out a little bit so we could see more of the whole page.
A little bit more so you can see the bottom as well. Yeah, there we go.
So so what's concerning and what's irregular is that you just said that there was a $3.1 million approximate net operating revenue.
That's correct.
Yet you're showing on the income statement that there's $1 million loss.
Mm-hmm.
Well, how do you have both those situations at the same time?
Right. So what is real?
So what's concerning is that this is what is the concern is why we wanted notes to be added to financial statements that identified this irregularity, because you shouldn't have a situation where you've got, if CRA was looking at this, they wouldn't say, "Oh, you lost $1 million this year. Okay, no problem." They'd say, "No, you made $3 million and you're going to be taxed." And yet we have residents, we're receiving this financial information, and what's been focused on is, here's your financial statement, and you're looking at your income statement, and you're like, we lost $1 million. And the city comes to us, or the utility comes to us and says, we need to increase rates to cover $1 million loss. And us as residents go, well, I don't like that, but it is what it is. If I've got to cover, costs have to be covered. Who else is going to cover them?
Right.
And so you go, okay, we're going to raise rates by, $5, whatever they're going to be. And so what's been irregular is that you've got this opposing conversation, and you just made $3 million. What do you mean you've got $1 million loss? And so we go, well, okay, how could this happen?
Mm-hmm.
And so what you've identified here is that we've got something that's missing. And so you've circled two numbers here in a statement that on the expense side, we've got amortization of $3.5 million. That's normal. Okay. What's not normal is that on the revenue side, we don't have an opposing non-cash transaction.
Correct.
Because non-cash transactions, to most of us, don't really care about non-cash transactions. All we care about is, do we have more money in the bank at the end of the year or less money? That's all I care about. So the amortization and whatnot, obviously it's still required to identify how you're depreciating your assets. But, from a pure cash flow perspective, we don't really care about that.
No.
So the problem is that you've only got this on one side of the equation. So it has a magnifying effect on that side. And unfortunately, it's on the expense side. So what's happened is that it understates our revenues. So when we had approximately $3 million revenue, net revenue, it's understating it and saying we actually had a loss. And so we're very concerned about, what do you mean we're unbalancing the equation? That's not the way accounting works, right? It should be balanced all the time. And so we've got a situation here where, has this been done for years? Has this been done and communicated to residents that we've got losses and we need to change rates? As we all know, being residents of Chestermere for many, many years, we've seen our utility rates skyrocket. And so you've got to wonder, if we ended up having a loss, does this now result in magnifying that loss? If we have a little bit of revenue, does it take that revenue and make it a negative?
Right.
And so all of these things translate into a major concern. And you're like, well, how could this have happened? Okay, so I hear what you're saying, Jeff or Mayor. I don't get it. Okay, what do you mean there's money you're saying you're losing money, but you're making money? Which one is it?
Right.
And so in the top of this document, you indicated here that the income statement normally includes the non-cash items such as amortization.
Correct.
And it should, on the revenue side, include the non-cash items typically called the drawn equity. And those would just offset each other. They wouldn't really matter to most of us. However, this is the irregularities. You don't have that. So this irregularity has been repeated year over year since the initial rollout from the city in 2012. When they and why, so the question is, why did that happen? What do you mean when they rolled it out? When they rolled it out, they transferred the assets to the utility, but missed including the equity value of those assets. You're like, well, what do you mean? You rolled the assets out, which is fine. The correct assets were moved into the 153 company or
utility
CUI.
company.
But what they didn't include was they didn't include the asset values.
Value.
And so that all of a sudden created this unbalancing situation. And again, for most of us, it's like, what does that matter? The only thing it does is that it affects the financial statements so that you're not seeing a nice balanced situation. And for most of us that are, really trying to understand what the heck we're reading here, we go, okay, did we make money or did we lose money? Do I have more, my bill's going up or my bill's going down?
Exactly,
Or are they
what's
staying the
happening
same?
with
Which
rate.
way is it? And that's all I really care about. And this is what's caused this irregularity, which is what council has brought forward over the last year, is that now that we have the audited financials completed, this identifies and shows that this irregularity in the fact that the city made a mistake rolling out this asset, only rolling out the asset value and not the equity value.
That's correct.
Because one side sits on the revenue side, one side sits on the expense side. And so when you don't do that, you understate your revenues by what happened. And so this is where we're now, okay, what was the impact of all of this?
Year over year.
And we want to make sure that when this gets rolled back into the city, it'll have that calming effect where everything becomes in line again. Because now you're going to have a fulsome account on both sides of the balance sheet and income statement. Is that both sides of the ledger are going to now properly account for each other. And then we get a more wholesome response to, okay, what are utility rates supposed to go up? Are utility rates supposed to go down? Are they supposed to stay the same? And from the residents' perspective, this is a massive non-confidence issue, is that we want our authorities, our government, to get this back in order, because this is really confusing. What do you mean you're accounting for this differently? Are you not following proper accounting rules?
Right.
And so the accounting that they're doing at the time, they are following proper accounting rules.
Correct.
The rollout was a mistake.
That's correct.
The accounting rules they're following year after year, no, they're correct. They're following that, and that's correct.
It was the initial.
But what the problem is that we haven't seen is the note in the financial statements that says, this isn't normal. Seeing this screen up on the screen right now and going, there's only one side of this non-cash transaction. Where's the other side? And it is what it is. If that note said that, and then it would be reported, and then all of us would know what was going on. And so that's the irregularity that's happened. And so what is staff and finance going to do now? What are they going to do next to identify, okay, what's happened in the past? What has happened, and how are you going to determine if rates were increased incorrectly? How are you going to determine if we demonstrated that it was a loss when it was actually a gain?
Right, and I think that we have most of this. Well, that's not true. We have some of the story. We understand how some of the story happened, but we need to fill in those details to do exactly what you said. Today is about the financial statements, but we will be bringing all of that information forward, and how and what we have to do with that information, that isn't for administration, I don't believe, to decide. I think that would be a council decision at that time, but we have to do part of it anyways to roll the company, the assets into the city. And we will be uncovering part of that, but understanding that we need to now go back to the base foundation and figure out where we went wrong year after year, what was done right, what was done wrong, where are the assets, where are the contributed assets, and where was the amortization and the equity value on that, and just see what happened. Just play it out and try to understand exactly why some of the utility rate situations happened they did. We suspect it might be because of this, but we can't say for sure until we go through the numbers.
Well, and at the end of the day, what's critical is that you be transparent.
Yes, exactly.
It is what it is, and you just have to report it.
And the nice thing too is that through all of this, we're all learning how this is done,
Yes.
which is great. So our residents will learn as well. And then moving forward, we'll have a path forward. We'll have a clean path forward, which will be great for residents.
Thank you. Councillor, are there additional questions? Councillor Hanley? Councillor Watt?
This might be it.
Thank you. Through the chair to Kim, I'm just wondering, I thought I heard you said that we're going to restate the financials back to 2012. Will it be the auditor that's going to sign off on these statements, or will it be done in-house?
At this point, I don't know. What we're going to do is a discovery. We're going to do an audit discovery to understand, and then we can't really make predictions about what we have to do. But we will get professional help to understand exactly what the financial picture is. Oh, we have a great financial team, but an auditor likely will have to go through with a fine-tooth comb after we identify irregularities.
Right. What I'd like to see is financial statements that are comparable year over year and show a trend for our residents.
So I think that's a great idea. When you say trend for our residents, what do you...
In regards to utility rates and what the impact of our revenue and expenses has had truly on rates since 2012 to 2022.
Good. Okay, yes, I think that's really what we want to try to uncover as well, so that's fantastic.
Right.
We will
Thank you.
definitely do that.
Councillor Hanley?
Yeah, I was just going to shed some light because I can appreciate the issues because you're within the assets on the balance sheet, because it's how the balance sheet interacts with your profit and loss statement every year that's causing the problem. And on your balance sheet, your initial rollout of assets didn't include, under international financial reporting structures, it wouldn't be drawn equity, it would be deferred revenue. Because the city had the revenue and the assets, and it should have transferred them both at the time, and it didn't. It only transferred the asset portion. Then moving forward, those assets are depreciating without a draw on equity or a draw on the deferred revenue. And that's one bucket moving forward for those items. Then there's everything that happened between 2012 and 2017. So all the new contributed assets are being passed to the utility company that now do have some, but it's not recognized as deferred revenue. It's recognized in the year that it occurs. Then after from 2018 to present, then all of a sudden the rules changed and said, no, you can't recognize it all at once. You have to use it as deferred revenue. So you got three very distinct buckets of assets amortizing and depreciating over time, and you're missing those components. And until you understand the differences of that, as well as whatever was done by the utility company themselves that the city may have front-ended.
Right.
Because if the city front-ended, we're financing them, and the recovery of which will come from off-site levies. The other assets that they have, some of them that they have done, is they were covered by government or provincial grants, MSIs, which is also the equity portion, because it didn't cost the taxpayers anything. And the point of the draw on equity and the amortization under public sector accounting is the two must cancel each other out, because it was never an investment or a cost to your taxpayers. Right? And that needs to be clear in the entire process. So there's a significant amount of work to do to sort through it all.
And it'll be Anne's amazing team.
Which is done for the before the roll in, right?
Yeah, you'd have to
rolling it back.
You basically have to break out your assets from the original transfer. What's sewer, what's water, what's this? Was it contributed or was it self-built? Yeah. How was it financed? If it was contributed, then we were gifted the assets. If it was self-financed, did it come from a loan that the city took, or did it come from a grant? If it came from a grant, it didn't cost the taxpayers anything.
Right, but we still have to find out where the value
and then
is
you take all of those. Then you have to do that for each subsequent year for any new assets that are coming into play, which followed one set of rules between 2012 and 2017. We know from the financial statements in 2018, they adopted the new process on a go-forward basis only.
But they didn't correct the past.
But they did not correct the past.
They had an opportunity to see what that was, and they chose not to at that point, yeah.
So in the end, from a pure cash flow point of view, we're recovering more than the costs, because the contributed assets, and if they're funded through MSI grants or off-site levies, the only thing that we should really be picking up above and beyond is whatever financing costs that the city is incurring because we front-ended developers. But even that is recoverable in the long haul, because financing costs are allowed in the offsite levy. Right? So that says, 3 out of 15 is roughly 20%, right? Which probably implies that some of that, or there's a potential there to lower the rates going forward,
Definitely, we're looking at.
right? But you don't have enough detail information first, and you also don't know where it's coming from. Is it coming from sewer? Is it coming from garbage collection? Is it coming from water? You need to go through all of the assets at that point in time.
Yes, and I believe we've got an asset specialist on board now to work through that.
Right?
Did you want to come up and say anything else? Okay.
And I think some of the confusion is because you have a child of the city, a corporation reporting under an international financial reporting standards, which is a different set of accounting rules than public sector accounting. In public sector accounting, it's very clear. You'll see the draw on equity on the revenue side and the amortization and expense. You will see very clearly that the two cancel one another out, right? And you should be able to see something similar here, but you do not.
Right, and this is what our income statements will look like moving forward, so it is much more clear to understand. Thank you, Councillor Hanley, that helps a lot.
Councillor Dean?
Thank you. 2 questions. First, through the mayor to City Director Wallace. You made a comment about finding out who's responsible for the debt.
Right.
Wouldn't that ultimately end up being the city anyway? Because City Council made that decision. City CUI board, formerly CUI, was made up of City Council, like the board is made up of City Council, and you can't, from everything that I think I've been taught since becoming an elected official, we can't go backwards in time on things like OSLs and things like that. So wouldn't ultimately, at the end of all this, we, the City of Chestermere, are still going to be responsible for that debt, or what do we think?
I actually can't answer that question yet. However, just even understanding it is going to be a great, it's going to be a great help to understand even where our debt came from.
I may be able to help you here in that understanding the debt basically implies if the city took or if the utility company took a loan, because we know the utility company is highly indebted, what is the source of funding of that loan? I think that's what you're trying to get at. Is the source of funding coming from an offsite levy? And was the offsite levy sufficient, which is your point? And if it's not sufficient, then the taxpayers or the ratepayers have to eat up the difference because that was a management decision. Ultimately, because the utility company is a child of the city, we are responsible for whatever debt it has incurred.
That's awesome. Awesome, thank you.
Councillor Dean?
And thank you. A follow, if I may, through the mayor. I believe this question would go to City Director Travis. Are we? The mayor was speaking of irregularities. Was it an irregularity? Easy for Mayor Colvin to say. That the city front-ending projects, or do other municipalities do that? Like, does the city of Calgary ever front end project, or was it an irregularity for the city of Chestermere to do that? I'm just wondering on if there is a concern there. Even though I agree with us not doing it, like that's not what I'm asking. I'm just wondering if that is a practice that happens across municipalities, or was that an irregularity for the city of Chestermere? Thank you.
Through the chair to Councillor Dean, front-ending agreements are pretty common.
Yeah, it's definitely not an irregularity for a city to fund developers' infrastructure expenses.
Yeah.
It's I and council so far has taken the stance that we don't wish to bank the developers. It's very expensive. Infrastructure is not cheap, and developers are perfectly capable of analyzing what's required for their development and the cost of bringing infrastructure to it to enable it to occur. And so they're the ones that are making the revenue and profit on this. We don't, yes, we might have interest covered, but we're also taking all of our space away from what we can, technically be allowed to borrow. And again, as I said before, we're not their bank. We're not making 30% returns or 20% returns. And so there is still risk. You're still taking risk because you're hoping the developer is going to pay the offsite levies gradually. you know, it does happen that they, you know, they can fall apart. Arguably, another developer would likely catch that up, and they're still responsible for the offsite levy. It's just a very expensive process to get into for little return, and so that's one of the things that we've looked at is let the developers fund their expenses, everything they need, everything they touch, and let the city manage itself outside of that. And we step into the approvals and that process. As developments get larger and more of them, you know, you start funding $20 million here, there, times 4, 5, 6 times. Our little city can't accomplish that. Doesn't mean that it's not legit. It just means that we can't handle the volume. And as our city is in a dynamic growth curve, that reality is there. And so we've stopped being the bank, and so far the pushback from the developers has not been bad. They've agreed to step up and fund. And one of the big advantages of doing that, though, is that we got into using the developers' expertise of their professionals. Is that when the city does stuff, we often get charged way more than the developers get charged. And so that's not a benefit to the developers, and it's not a benefit to the residents, it's not a benefit to us. So why are we letting that happen? It doesn't mean that we don't want to have oversight and watch what the developers are planning, designing, et cetera, because we are going to be we're going to be left that infrastructure long term. So it's very important that it be done properly, and that we have the expertise that identifies what does that mean by properly, by designs and engineering, et cetera. What the capacity limits are, what our over capacity, over design might be for plans that we might have outside of what the developer has. And then with regards to the developers being involved, there possibly is, which we know we experienced in the Rainbow Road sanitary situation where we saved over $5 million there. There are newer creative ways of designing things or just simply different ways of doing it. And us working with other professionals I think it's always a great idea to have more professionals at the table to come up with smart ideas. Councillor Dean?
Yes, thank you. I'm just wondering, because again, this is your world and I respect that, and this is why you teach me on a pretty consistent basis on this stuff. Are you using the word front-ending and being the bank interchangeably?
Yeah, so front-ending is where we're putting our money out for the developers to pay us back. So it's kind of like we're giving them a loan, except they're not even signing for it. That's kind of the other weird part about that. So we're paying for it, and then they're giving us payments back gradually in the form of offsite levies on a phase-by-phase basis. And so it could take 4, 5, 6 years before we get paid back. Yes, the offsite levy includes interest. So the interest that we're being charged on our funding does get passed along. It's just that things start to happen in assets. They start to get old. And so if everything is humming along nicely, perfect. Everybody's buying it quickly. Everybody's doing everything quickly. What happens if the asset gets 10 years old? Now we're talking about repairs. So, is the offset levy allowing for repairs? This starts to get questionable. Like we have Endeavors to Assist, which is a developer is paying for something, and they want other developers to pay their share when they show up. So the city takes that on, and we're enforcing it. Now, if the assets are starting to get old, guess who owns that asset at that point? Even though the Endeavor to Assist is still not paid for, still not completed. It could be 10 years out now. We've already done upgrades to that system because we get ownership of that system typically between 2 and 4 years. So we've taken it, we've given their final completion certificates, and it's ours. All of a sudden, there's a pump that needs to be replaced. All of a sudden, there's a generator that needs to be replaced. Well, does that get added to our offsite levies? Not really, right? Because it's not really an offsite levy in Endeavor to Assist situation. And so we've got to be so careful on us becoming the bank on every situation that, it's just not fair when you've got new residents benefiting from that asset. It's only a question if old residents are benefiting from that asset. Then they pay their share. Yes, that makes total sense. And that's kind of our job, is to refocus that and say, listen, the city and the residents are responsible for what they are, but they're not responsible for more than that. And it's an ongoing process. So, long question, long answer. Councillor Dean.
No, thank you for that. I understood what front ending was. It was just when you were using the words interchangeably.
Yeah.
I'm sure I wasn't hopefully there were some other residents that had the same question I did. So I thank you. I certainly understood the front ending. It was the being the bank. So I very much appreciate, and especially the appreciation, I think, of the clarity of what happens with that asset when we own it. Right. And what happens then when it starts to depreciate. So I do appreciate your clarity on that. Thank you.
Thank you for commenting. Yeah, it's a hot topic, all of this stuff, because not a lot of people pay attention to all this, but it's kind of a fun topic that how do your roads get created? How do your pipes get created? Everything under the ground? How does that all work? Most of us don't care. We just drive. And we just walk on sidewalks and all that kind of stuff. And these are some of the real costs, big costs that cities have to deal with. And the smarter we can be at planning it and working with our professionals and city directors that, understand this to the nth degree, but us be willing to push back a bit on the development community, just to ensure everybody's checks and balances are proper, right? It doesn't mean we're trying to take advantage of the developers. It's just we can't let the developers take advantage of us. So it's a yin and a yang thing. We all got to accomplish. Everybody has to succeed. Everybody's got to make money, and we just want the right product in the end. So it's a dynamic relationship. Councillor Hanley?
Yeah, I was just going to quickly just check the CUI financial statements for this whole issue of equity and amortization to provide some more additional transparency. If you go back to the original financial statements for CUI after the first year, they had $50,000 in deferred revenue. By the time you got to the end of 2017, they only had $1 million in deferred revenue. Then they changed the rules that forces them to operate under the same way as the city does with equity. And if you look in your statements here, you have $22 million. Now, that doesn't mean there's $22 million of cash sitting around. CUI doesn't have $22 million. That is the $22 million of since 2018 that they've had to put away to cover for amortization costs over the first life cycle of those assets. And what you're missing is the portion on the original $64 million of assets that went over.
Thank you for making that clarification. That is true. I think most people are nodding and smiling right now. But we will show that with a report, so it's easier for people to understand.
Because Stephen, correct me if I'm wrong, when this is rolled into the city, it will all be under public sector accounting principles.
Yeah, then it's all under public sector accounting. And that's like most municipality or, you can't find another municipally controlled water utility company in another city. They are all part of the city that operate under public sector accounting, where equity, draw on equity, and your amortization expenses must equal zero. The same as when you're building your city budget, if you have MSI grants for your capital, right? Your capital must match that, or whatever portion that is missing, you must tax your residents for.
Right.
So there's very clear ways to identify and watch that going forward.
I think it's simpler.
And it's now everything is in the right umbrella. If under this utility company, if it was under public sector accounting practices, this never would have happened.
That's correct. We would have seen it right away. Yeah.
Councillor Dean?
Through the mayor, with all due respect, while I may not call this fun, I do like learning. To Councillor Hanley, if I may, so then, not to name drop a company, but to utilize a company, then are you saying that the accounting practices of Fortis or ATCO or whatever the case may be could be different because they are differently controlled, but because the numbered company, CUI, then the numbered company, was a municipally owned company, that because it was a municipally owned company, they should have followed the public practice accounting practices, but could have possibly been following an accounting practice like one of those other utility companies. Is that kind of what we're saying?
Yeah, the rules, when they changed the rules in 2018, it forces them to deal with deferred revenue, the draw on equity. That was always an option for them from day one.
Who's them?
The utility company.
Thank you.
But the management of the utility company chose to follow the approach of recognize all revenue in the year it's received.
Okay.
Right? Now, the piece of how it was originally rolled out should have been identified to them. but it's understandable of why it was not. If it was sold to a third party, the city is gifted from developers $65 million worth of stuff. Didn't cost us a dime. We sell it to a third party that's not us, right? Then we can then get the 65 million, right? And it didn't cost us anything. So we realize all of our equity in cash immediately. If it went to a third party, but it's going to an extension of ourselves. Right? So then when we transferred the asset, we should have also transferred the equity that we had in the asset.
Thank you.
So just to clarify, though, what you just said, though, is that, yes, you can fall under, instead of public sector accounting principles, you can fall under the International Financial Reporting Standards, okay? That didn't cause this issue, though.
Right.
The irregularity issue was only caused by when the assets were rolled out from the city, they only rolled out the assets and not the equity value. And that simple difference, it resulted in the city's equity values being higher, oddly. And then, of course, the utilities not being there, which then results in this potential for misreading your financial statements.
So then whatever practice may be followed, that doesn't matter. We're not talking about the
True.
practice.
True.
We're saying that when it was rolled out, whether we followed international or public sector, when it was rolled out, that's how it should have been rolled out, and that methodology of practice doesn't matter. Is that what we're saying?
I would say, yeah, there was management choices that were made at the time. Now, based on, because I think it was IRFS 9 that changed in 2017. I could look it up. Is you always had the option of deferring the revenue and recognizing it over the life of the asset, right? What happened is in 2018, when they modified the rules, they said, depending on what type of company you are, you must follow this or that way, depending on the type of company. Before that, the rule was basically, you can do it either way. It's your choice. Right? So it was a poor choice. Now, is the poor choice is fine after the fact, because armchair quarterback. It's always easy to go look at the past and say, well, you don't necessarily know why they made those decisions or what expertise they had hired at the time to ensure it was being done properly.
Thank you.
So just to close this out, though, it's been a great conversation. The good news is that it seems that there is some significant profit, significant net revenue in the utility company.
In the utility company.
And that'll lend itself, once staff come back to us shortly, for us to look at, what is the way that we can actually bring that back and we can start talking about changes in rates.
That's correct, because that's our next stage.
And, it's, as Councillor Hanley mentioned, you're talking as significant as 25-30%. But we're looking at anywhere from likely between 10 to 20%. So, that'll be something that will be determined based on staff coming back to us, though.
That's correct. We're going to be doing that analysis over the next 6 weeks and bring that back once you come back in early September.
Yeah, I mean, $3 million is no slouch, right? I mean, that's, but everybody has to understand the utility is supposed to be a zero-based budget.
That's correct. So we want to try to
We're not
make
supposed
sure
to make money, so
we're not coming ahead that far.
the efficiencies are great. That's happening, which is fantastic. But it needs to be adjusted at the same time and continue to search out effective, efficiencies and how to apply them effectively. Okay.
I was going to add in, if I recall from our utility company meeting, I think there was 460 some new accounts.
That's correct.
Which accounted for, when you look at your revenues versus expenses, you saw that your revenues, I guess, can you go back to one slide, Callum?
Page
6?
Can you go back to the slide before that?
Shows our revenue and expenses.
Yeah, we go from 14.6 to 15.2, which is you're going up. What?
500,000.
500,000, and down below on your expense side, you go up
700,000.
700,000, which deals with the volume. So you have volume growth that's occurring as well, and you're still maintaining the same numbers. Because if you look at the years, you're 3.1 versus 3.3 in the year before. And that was, we earlier in the year, I believe, or last December, we said, no, we're not going to do a 2% increase, the same as the year before that.
You kept it.
And we've still managed to maintain that $3 million level.
Awesome.
Great job.
Okay, so Ledge, there is a recommendation for a motion, I believe, to accept for information. Obviously, we're not doing utility rates today.
Yes, it should be there.
Administration to
should
seek
be
a
at the
motion
very
from council to
beginning. Or at the
accept
end.
the
Yes, there we
presentation as information. Okay, great. Councillor Foat.
I make the motion that council administration, we're doing here. Make the council is,
Sorry,
okay,
Just like, just wordsmithing it a bit. Is that good?
I'm happy.
Motion the council accept the presentation. Okay, proceed, Mr. Foat.
make a motion that council accept presentation on the 2022 CUI 1538974 audited financial statements and year-end summary as information.
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions in relation to the motion? Can you say audited financial statements instead of a comma there?
Yeah, that's correct. That was my.
Thank you. Councillor, are there any comments or questions in relation to the motion? All in favor? Carried? Great, thank you, everyone. Thank you very much, Kim. Thank you. Councillor Dean?
Thank you. This is just a process question. I know that we approved the minutes from the board meeting. We accepted the financials at the board meeting. And we've accepted this as information, but is there anything else that we need to do with the financials as a council to accept the financials for the numbered company?
Councillor Hanley?
As far as I understand it, as the parent, our child, the utility company, must provide us with audited financial statements.
Yeah, but
Right.
to say that we accept those
Yeah, we just accepted them.
as information.
Yeah, because now it's acknowledging that they've complied with the unanimous shareholders agreement,
Okay, cool.
right? The unanimous shareholders agreement requires the board or ourselves, come to ourselves if we want to adjust the rates.
Yeah, the audited financial statements have been signed off by the board and by the auditor for the utility.
Oh, if I may, there's an added benefit of when we roll it in. In order to do your city financial statements, you must have your utility company financial statements done first. When the utility company is fully rolled in, then we have no stumbling block at the beginning of the year to complete our financial statements because we have to wait for, one before the other.
Thank you very much, City Director Kim. It's nice to have positive news. Another positive news. Okay, so moving today's agenda forward. Okay, so moving on to our items on the agenda, which is we have a discussion on the Calgary Herald article. Thank you. So one of the reasons that we've asked for the Calgary Herald article to be discussed today is that we wanted to, again, increase the transparency on what is being said in the public, and if there's questions and answers that we can provide clarity to. We're finding that information that's being disclosed about us is not being disclosed wholesomely, and we want to make sure that the correct information is being put forward. So what I wanted to do was to go through the article, and then basically have a general conversation with council around that, and then and really start with councillors having an opportunity to converse and mention their perspectives. So the reason for the Herald article that came out is that last week, 2 weeks ago, June 20th and I think June 19th, we had two council meetings where we were pushing to get the directives 1, recommendation 2 put forth, plus the directive number 5. So directive number 1, recommendation 2 in the Cuff report was specifically in regards to, I'm doing this by memory, but in regards to the findings of the Cuff report. Municipal Affairs had asked us to discuss in council the findings as it relates to their the Inspector Cuff's claims of irregular. We call them the 3 I's: improvident and can't remember the third I. Irregular, improvident, and improper. Okay, that's what it is. And then further to that, to discussing in council, if we agree with what has the finding, and if we disagree as to what the finding indicated, and to explain that. And so we went through the first portions of that. It's reasonably dry to go through that because you're going through a number of, obviously a lot of pages in the inspection. And we were able to go through that report and identify areas that showed that the findings that in our disagreement with Inspector Cuff's findings, and then provide evidence to explain why we had disagreed with Inspector Cuff's findings. And then further to that, we went through into the next part of the directive, which was to discuss the alleged code of conduct indications that Inspector Cuff had brought forward in the findings section of the inspection report. And so that had been gone through as well. And that was a similar context, was to have a discussion in council in relation to if we concur with what Inspector Cuff is citing and the reasons why he's citing them, or if we are in opposition to that, and to provide discussion and evidence around that. Now, one of the reasons that we're doing this is that in the directives that were provided, Minister of Affairs has also asked that we provide this information such that the public may have comments or questions in relation to the inspection. So that process is to allow us to answer questions and provide information so that the public can ask questions or have questions answered before they ask them, and then ask other questions that may be now relevant or more specific. And so that process is still coming. We haven't had that process yet because we had to get through the first directives. And so we've had a lot of pushback from I guess the article in the Herald and some responses from the OA, as well as, I'm not sure if Minister McIver commented on that too, and then a professor in Mount Royal. So what they're not understanding is what the directives indicated for us to achieve and for us to explain. So we specifically have to explain this in council. We specifically have to explain why we agree or disagree, and then we specifically have to look at answering questions or statements from the public eventually in regards to the inspection. So there's a lot of information that has to be covered. The report is 200 pages long, and so I find it odd that the people don't wish to have this discussed in detail when we're asked specifically to discuss in detail. And a resident who asks questions are going to be specific on their topics. So we have to be able to be prepared to answer them specifically and not in general. So I guess the question is that are there specific items that we wish to talk about today in the Herald, or are we looking at talking about it more generally? One of the concerns that we have that's coming forward is the perspective that the province, that Municipal Affairs is taking, is that they don't wish us to ask any questions of the inspector. They don't wish us to question anything the inspector's done. And so I personally find that very odd, because a report is just that. A report is a statement of a situation as they've seen fit. And their analysis of that situation is what they've brought forward to the public and to council. So that then next step is our then response to that report. And so we have to put forth that response based on whatever has been said in that report. And what's odd is that the province, the Municipal Affairs, is not interested in considering what we have to say and blindly moves forward with standing by what the inspector had said, regardless what has been presented by us and the evidence that's been provided. I would have hoped that it would have been a bit more open, that if we provided evidence that completely is new to them or completely is opposite in what the inspector had indicated, that would be something that would be considered or reconsidered. So again, what we want to do is, in regards to these various things that come up in relation to our city and our council, part of what I'd like to do is bring these things forward, so it gives an opportunity for council to comment on these items as a council, individually as councillors and as a council going forward. And so to make sure that it's not just one voice, that it's multiple voices being said. So having said that, I wanted to know if from any of the councillors, if there's anything that they would like to point, or if they indicate right now, or if they would like to go through this in a page by page basis, and how they'd like to accomplish this, because this is the first time we've done this. Councillor Foat?
Personally, I'd like to go through it page by page, but I do not want to dwell on anything too long to move through this, and then we draw a conclusion in the end what we should do.
Okay. Nope. Councillor Hanley?
Yeah.
I know, rare, right?
Yeah. I think, going through this page, line by line or whatever, it doesn't probably really serve a lot of purpose. In my view, this is an opinion piece. Everybody's entitled to their opinion. It is not news. It's not a balanced article that shows both sides of the equation. When it's convenient, things are supported by statements, but the inconvenient pieces are not there. So it's an opinion. And hey, if you want to have an opinion, then fine, but label it as an opinion. There's lots of other things that are probably suspect in here, but that's hearsay, back or forth. And I don't really particularly want to give it too much credence.
I think what's exciting today is that we've come forward with another example. I just can't find it right now. with some of the comments that have been brought forward in the article indicating that council should be focused on governing the city, et cetera. So one of the things that we've done in that regard is that we're very mindful of the fact that our responsibility is to make sure we're governing the city and trying to identify ways to do things to cover off what's required in the city, and then also to look at doing things more efficiently and effectively. So again, what's lost on that in the article is what's been accomplished. So, we're one of the very few, if not first, cities that has accomplished the type of savings that we've done in our first year with that we identified, which is approximately just over $6 million, and which resulted in a discount on our mill rates of 25%. And so that's a significant fact, and that 25% does not take into account our $6 million savings. We're still budgeted for an additional $6 million of savings for this year coming up. So our potential for, and this is something that really residents should decide, is our potential for discounting tax rates significantly in the coming year in determining if we want to cut taxes by 30, 40, 50% is unprecedented. But these are what these numbers state. And so it's kind of comical when people comment in the Herald and indicate that we haven't accomplished these things. Our staff have done an incredible job making these things happen and working on efficiencies and being very effective. As identified in today, we brought forward a question or some concerns of irregularities in CUI. I'm not sure if it was quite a year ago, a lot of there's certain people push forward and say, it's not true, it's not possible, what have you. All of these things are for the benefit of really what we want to help for the citizens in Chestermere, and the irregularities that we've seen being residents for Chestermere for the last 20 years has been frustrating. There's been a lot of stuff that's happened here that didn't make a lot of sense. And we've been one of the first groups that's been willing to look into this stuff, and it's resulted in some really significant fines, and it's also resulted in some significant benefits for our residents. And so hopefully here, as staff just mentioned, we'll be able to look into reductions in our utility rates. And as far as, I'm not sure if as long as I've been here, but definitely since 2012, our utility rates have gone nowhere but up. And it'd be nice to actually have them come back to, something that makes a bit more sense, and then make sure that, we focus on that. And once we do get the utility rolled into the city, that will create more economies of scale. That'll create more efficiency. So that's going to be another exciting step that's moving forward. So the city and the council and the staff have done, an incredible job in relation to operating the city and realizing in a turbulent situation as to how to make the city operationally more effective. And that's unique. The city is a very significant operation. It's a $50 million budget, so that's pretty substantial. Most companies are not in that range. But it is a normal company. You've got staff, you've got expenses, you've got goals, and you've got budgets that we need to adhere to. And so we want to be very effective in what we do. And that's one of the things I've been very happy to see how staff and council have, as much as council has had their disagreements, have come together and really pushed the goals and the business of the city forward. We've been able to accomplish this while still dealing with municipal affairs and this inspection, which we are very critical of. And at the same time, these main functions of the city are extremely important to all residents and to ourselves, that we have to push these forward, and that's our job. So we've ended up putting in many, many, many hours per day compared to a normal job, I guess. And so we haven't stopped doing that. And that's what's important to understand, is that, from the outside looking in, I don't understand why the Herald doesn't report on the significant gains by our city and our staff, as well as other people that are commenting, which are missing all the accomplishments that the city's accomplishing. At some point, we'll continue to move forward and answer the questions that any councillors have, along with residents, and then ideally, there'll be a collection, I guess, of with the municipal affairs that'll review what's been done, what's correct, what's incorrect, and then how to move that forward. So I'm looking forward to that as well. Councillor Fote?
Just to build on your comments, I guess my biggest complaint in the article that was written was the word usage of we're putting Cuff on trial. That was not the intent, and the young man that wrote this article and stuff like that needs to take a serious look at that. I think my suggestion to the Herald is, why don't they try to write a good news story about Chestermere just once? And I'll give you a little free information that you can use, or that they could use, is today was a prime example of what a resident, previous councillor, did in our city. When she sat on council, she came in, she'd signed a petition that there was some things wrong, and today you saw the proof of all her efforts and her petition. And my hat goes off to Lori Bold for seeing that, and she was beaten up very, very bad over that. But truth will prevail, and that's what I would like the Herald to make known, that truth will prevail. And please do not use words like trial and crime and things like that. Those are demeaning, and this city is not to demean anybody. We're a healthy community, and we're moving forward.
Thank you. Councillor Funk?
During a normal, most companies that I've been at, whenever there's a review, audit, inspection, or anything into a process, there's always at the end of it a review process that allows review of the reports to ensure for factual and correct reporting. What I find interesting on this is, as we've gone through this whole process, we have continually, first of all, we accepted this inspection with open arms at the start of it. We're not against the process of validating and verifying that what we did was right or wrong. That's always a welcome thing any company or organization should go through to validate. What we have questioned throughout this whole thing was the information within the report, and that the information within the report we've continually said is not correct and is not factual, but yet it has continually been swept under the rug, not properly reported on. And I find it odd that we're not allowed to question this report that was done by a third party that shouldn't have anything to gain from writing this report. So I just don't understand why we're not allowed to review, understand, question, and correct the report.
Councillor Dean?
There we go. Thank you. Through the mayor, I'm going to save my comments in regards to the report until the next section, because I believe that's still going to be on the agenda. Is that correct, Mr. Mayor? We're not changing anything on the agenda. We're going to go to the directives again.
Yeah.
So I'm going to save my comments because I have a few on there. Then my comment to the media piece is in my previous life. In both my previous lives, both in the not-for-profit sector and as a vice principal, whenever we had like a big thing that was coming up, so when I was running a major fundraiser, or we knew that day we were going to be trying something new in education, or we were doing like a main event or a kickoff of something that there was an intentionality, and I still didn't always do this well, and I always kind of was mad at myself after for not doing it, is a continued open invitation to media to attend. So I wonder if that's something that we could do. I know that we have tried at times in the past. I'm not saying we have never done this. Like, I'm not speaking in an absolute, so I can already see City Director Kim wanting to go, yes, we've done that. But I do wonder if that is something in regards to that positive piece, if that's something that we could do a better job of as a city, so that when we have that festival coming up, that we are inviting major media news outlets to be coming, when we are about to do the announcements of grant presentations to not-for-profits that we have media in attendance, that when we are about to do the development of the twinning, when that starts, and I think providing some freedom to both our city directors, our mayor, and all of our councillors to do that, I think would be great. I want to be able to, as a city councillor, trust City Director Travis that when all the equipment's going to show up on Rainbow Road and open that, maybe he doesn't want to do this, but to have that media spot of we're about to do this, we're twinning this road right now, or City Director Wong or City Director Wallace on stuff that they're doing. So long speech just to say that I wonder if that is something that we could improve on our end, that invitational piece to those good items. For example, the day that we had over with the firefighters, I think it would have been great to have media there seeing Councillor Dean and Councillor Hanley beat Mayor Colvin and Deputy Mayor Colvin on the bikes. Just for the record, Councillor Hanley and Councillor Dean both won, I think, pretty handedly. And I also believe that Councillor Dean had the fastest time in carrying the hose. If I do remember correctly, I do believe I had the fastest time. But you know what I mean? If we had media at those events, I think it'd be, that's not taking away from our comms team. They do a great job, but I'd like to see us do a better job of that.
And we had a disadvantage. We had the bicycle with 2 flat tires.
That's true. We did have 2 flat tires. I believe they called that I can't remember what the firefighter guys called it for us, but something he added to the challenge or something.
Yeah.
And we didn't have a suit that would fit us.
No, that's I agree, Councillor Dean. It's there's so many reasons in a city why we should be celebrating so many things. Doesn't mean you don't have adversities, and we do not want to try and indicate that we're not willing to be transparent about all of these things. But that's why it's important to have conversation about what's being said and what's the actual truth and what to explain what's being said and clarify it, which is fine. Councillor Hanley?
Yeah, I think one of the things is the positive things should go out, but nowadays it's the negative that is focused on. When the property tax bills went out, people started paying their property taxes, right? The feedback that we've been given from the community and even from the front desk saying when people come in, they are so appreciative of what council did, right? They are noticing the difference. We're getting encouraging words, right? But nobody picks up on any of that. We never see those positive things going forward.
Councillor Fogt?
This will be my last comment, but I feel very strongly about this. Is when I said we need some good news stories. There was a song written a lot of years ago by Anne Murray, "A Little Good News Today," and I think where our society is right now, society could use a little good news today. And yeah, there's a lot of negative out there, but how will we make things better if we do not steer the news in a positive way? And that's all I'm asking.
Okay, Councillor Dean?
Yes, thank you. Through the mayor to either our city directors and or ledge services through the city directors. I know that we do have a social media policy. We have some media policies and things like that, but I'm wondering if maybe we need to update those to be clearer and be more intentional about that invitation. When I was speaking, I saw a lot of nodding on this side of the desk in regards to that intentionality of us extending invitations. So I'm wondering if policy would help in that matter, or if that is just something that we should just make practice of.
Sure. City Director Kim?
Through the mayor to Councillor Dean, I really like your idea of making it a standing policy that we always invite media. Just to remember to do that. It's moved so quickly here. Sometimes that is an oversight from us. However, I'm not sure that belongs in the social media policy. That's more about ensuring people honor us with respect on social media.
Oh, sorry, I apologize. I wasn't saying we put it in that one. I wasn't sure if we should, like our social media policies that everybody understands, should this just be a standing comment policy that we have? Or should we have a policy about how, when, why we invite media to our events? Or should it just be a standing policy that we're just going to do a different job of that?
That's through the mayor. That's interesting, Councillor Dean. I haven't thought of it from that perspective. It's sort of an operational roles and responsibility. However, I can talk about it with the team and get back to you maybe with an idea on that.
Okay, I'd just like to move forward. Is there other points, final points in relation to the article, or any clarifications that councillors would request that we make? Seeing none, hearing none. Okay. Councillor Funk?
Maybe just one last one. Don't want to belabor this too long, but this article did, I think, have some conflict of interest people that were quoted within the article. I believe Lori Williams is a colleague of one of our councillors and stuff, so there is, I think, some conflict of interest there that should have been reported.
Okay, so since this is an agenda item, we probably need to accept this for information or discussion. If Ledge could put forward a motion that allows us to do that for item D5, and then we'll just jump to our 2:56 p.m. So we want to be cognizant of trying to have the day end around 4:30.
So G3, H1 and 2 left to go.
Okay. All right. If I can get a councillor to read the motion to the record. Councillor Funk?
Motion that council accept the Calgary Herald article discussion as information.
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions? All in favor? Carried. Thank you very much. Okay, moving on to item number G3. Okay, so we're looking at directive number 1, which is recommendation number 2. So this is a findings of the 3 I's that we completed last council meeting. However, we can have additional conversation about approximately the last half of it that we skipped through reasonably quickly. And I'll just share my screen. Trying to remember where we left off. So this was just over halfway through, which is 17.10.2, which was titled in Cuff's report as possible code violations, pages 156. Access to information. So rather than just go through, I guess, exactly what Cuff has indicated here, just in generality, what Cuff is talking about here is he's criticizing the mayor being involved in the accounts payable approval process. So part of the MGA requires the mayor to partly review some of the financial aspects of this, and some councils have all of the payables actually come to council and reviewed by all of council, or again, sometimes they're finally reviewed by the mayor. And so when I got into office, the information that I was being provided was typically a one-page summary, which indicated at the bottom of it, $1 million or whatever amount the total of the invoices would have been for that period of time. And the line items that related to each individual line was not easily understood what it was for. And so those items could have been nondescript. They could have been numbers in them to define them. And so part of that was to request that I said, listen, I'm not prepared. I don't feel comfortable to sign off on something that I don't understand. And so I had asked for more backup information in relation to the invoices that I'm supposedly approving payment for. And so Mr. Cuff took that as a opportunity to indicate that this process was is somewhat incorrect. That us being provided information as to what we're signing off on or what I'm signing off on was not our responsibility. And so in that process, due to the amount of work that we're going through, I've also involved Councillor Hanley to assist with, we get, let's just say, a couple feet worth of paperwork. And so in reviewing that quickly, still done quickly, we have the process that we brought forward was to have the department head review that process, sign off on it, and then the city director to sign off on it, and then finally the mayor to sign off on it. And so that was the steps we went through. So this particular discussion made its way into the inspection report. And then at the very end of it, Mr. Cuff indicates that even though he says that council members doing staff work is not appropriate, however, asking for additional information could better illuminate expenditures is not beyond reason. So we find this not irregular. So the oddity is including something for, as I just discussed, in a negative fashion for the reader, and this goes on for pages, and this is the summary of it, to finally conclude that it's not irregular. And in any company that I've ever been involved with, when you're signing off on or over looking at the final documentation, you want to have an idea what you're actually looking at. And it doesn't mean you're going to get into the minutia unless you see some kind of an irregularity, I guess. But really making sure that you have an idea of what you're signing off on has some resemblance of what makes some common sense. Never mind, of course, we start to have an understanding of what's really happening based on whether it's a city operations matter or whether it's something council has actually approved. And so I found that rather odd. So that was this one section that I found it odd that that this was brought up in a negative fashion for just simply to have the inspector come forward and indicate that it's not irregular. I guess moving forward in regards to that item, is there any comments that council wishes to have in regards to that particular portion of the response to the irregularities, to the improper 3 I's? Councillor Dean?
A comment and a question, I guess. I would agree with your comment that if my name's going on something, I want all the background information, right? Like I don't sign as a general practice in life, let alone professionally. I read everything before my name goes on that because I want to know if I'm agreeing to it or not agreeing to it, or where I sit on it, or have I received advice to sign said item, those sorts of things. So I would certainly agree with that piece of it. I guess my question is it, again, a issue of timing, or are we just like, why wasn't this attached to our agenda again for this meeting is the only reason I'm asking.
So this documentation, depending on how it was going to be brought forward today, but this was loaded onto the city's website and loaded onto the item in the June 20th agenda package. And then again, since it's being discussed today, we'll also load it again onto the agenda package. So are there any other comments in relation to this? Okay, I'll move on to the next item. This references instance number 21, pages 156 to 57. Performance of the interim CAO, possible code violations. So I'll just read the first sentence. This kind of gives the summary of this. From the first day, I faced regular requests by the mayor and occasionally by one of his supporting councillors to fire specific staff members who were deemed to be disloyal to the mayor. I refused every request and attempted to find a means to begin to rebuild relationships. I was not successful in any instance. As the result of a continued display of displeasure by the mayor and council, including at times verbal abuse in the formal setting of council cow, I believe that meetings, I found myself negotiating several mutual release packages for senior staff who were constructively dismissed by council's actions. My continued refusal to terminate staff led to my own termination on January 17th. And then Cuff responds that we find this to be improper behavior. So there's a whole lot of information to unpack in that statement. The quick response, which I'll just go through quickly, was shown, Cuff was shown this and he participated in not disclosing this properly, as is intentionally misleading the public and the municipal affairs. The interim CAO, council learned the staff member in this question what he's actually talking about, which was disclosed to Inspector Cuff and to Municipal Affairs, was that council learned that a senior member, the manager of IT, was deleting and destroying city property after this was uncovered. The interim CAO asked the mayor to cover up and forgive indiscretions and wrongful activity by staff, which the mayor would not agree. This led to issues with the interim CAO. The interim CAO paid funds out without authorization and above his authority, and were unbudgeted expenses. $600,000 in payoffs to staff, $100,000 to a construction company. The interim CAO asked staff to cover up property destruction by creating a staff policy allowing it retroactively to occur. The CAO encouraged councillors unbudgeted funds without council approval, amongst other things. Here interim CAO is trying to cover the alleged crime of this, referring to the city property being destroyed. And then CUF is actually not reporting this information. The interim CAO was caught asking Ledge Services manager to create a fake policy after the fact to cover the alleged destroying of city property. However, even the legislative manager tells him that it's city policy to keep the files and emails, and in fact, all fired and resigned staff get a legal hold on their files and emails so that they cannot be deleted. The IT manager deleted and destroyed this city property and has been referred to our legal counsel. So the severity of this is that even the backups of the city's server, they went into and deleted. And anybody who knows how complicated that is to get into a server and delete specific files is very challenging, and you have to be very skilled to do that. And so that is something that was done, that was disclosed and shown to Municipal Affairs and to George Cuff, and yet not commented on in this document. The interim CAO admitted to myself and other councillors that he was paying hush money, specifically the word hush. And when I seemed surprised, he would not communicate about it any further to me. The document here, this is evidence that was quickly provided that identified how the how the interim CAO was asking the Ledge Services manager to write a retroactive staff policy allowing them to destroy records. And this is all available in the presentation that is available on the website. But obviously that's not allowed. Just thinking here, the Ledge Services manager indicates that there is an IT end user policy that speaks to keeping email records. According to this policy, they are kept for at least 2 years, and hardware may be examined or reviewed at the discretion of the CAO or council. And specifically then comments to the actual sections in the policy. Litigation holds will be applied to emails of any user whose employment or contract is terminated, voluntary or not, pending any FOIP requests that may be imposed on the city. A litigation hold will be placed on each council member's email for the duration of the council term plus 2 years. Users do not have any expectation of privacy with respect to activities conducted and documents stored within the city network. Blah, 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 blah. So it's obviously extremely offside that the CAO has tried to coerce this manager to create a policy allowing them to destroy city assets. So unfortunately, Cuff didn't disclose any of this information, even though this was provided to him, and why that particular employee, council had commented, not to the employee, not to other employees, only to the CAO, and indicating that the CAO, that this person needs to be handled. And again, Cuff chose not to report that. So before I move on to the next point, I just wanted to hear from council as to regards to that situation. all of us were contacted on the emails in relation to that particular individual breaking into my office, stealing laptops and a laptop and files and destroying them, as well as being caught destroying the server information. Councillor Funk?
Can you roll back up to the bottom of page 25?
25?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, just your last paragraph there, where you state that the interim CAO was alleged to have covered up crimes of our IT manager deleting files. The article shows part of the story, but doesn't get into the actual details where we've actually shown that the information was provided to George. But it's misleading in that it just says that it just doesn't say anything about the information that was provided. So I think that's been part of our frustration, is that half of the story comes out where we're providing proof, documented proof, that information was provided in contrary to what was actually written in the report. So, and it's not that we're trying to attack, we're trying to defend the actions that were done, that were stated and misleading within the report.
What I find odd as well is as you mentioned in the article, is that the university professor quotes that our increasingly severe nature of the city's continued arguments against the inspection report. So us providing evidence of the severity of acts of destroying city property is something that shouldn't be discussed, shouldn't be transparent about, shouldn't be telling people about. I find it odd that that is what continues to be the narrative. Councillor Fote?
The only thing I'd like to say about the Cuff report in general is there's two sides of the story, and then there's the truth. And I totally believe in my heart, myself and other councillors that have been working very, very, very hard to bring out the truth. And that has never been what has been put out there. This whole report was misleading. And no, I'm not putting the man on trial, but I expect truth out of a government investigator. I do.
Councillor Watt?
Thank you. To the chair, I have more of a general question in regards to this exercise. What is the purpose of going through this again in detail when we've already spent 2 special meetings going through it? I'm just wondering, were there pieces that were missed, or are we trying to establish certain linkages to newspaper articles that have been published, or why are we going through redundant information?
I guess that's a question for me. As mentioned earlier, these were parts of the discussion that were hurried through and on the 20th. So we didn't start on page 1. We started halfway through, or a little over halfway through the document. And so the purpose of this is that our requirements by the directive is to respond in open session and discuss this. So, and then further to that is to allow, at some point, to allow the residents to ask questions about these items. So one of the ideas, or the point of that is to allow them to see the information, to allow them to get context of what they're being presented with, because they've never seen this information, because we've never provided this information. And so to allow them to have transparency, this is what we've been asked to do, and this is what I believe is the only way for us to communicate is in council. Thank you. Councillor Dean? Okay.
Sorry, I could have put my hand up more, I guess. To the mayor, can you scroll down? I'm just confused by one part on this, and I'm not saying I'm defending it. I'm just keep going down to the email, please. Yeah, thank you. Isn't this indicating that the files being wiped off a server is not good? Doesn't this email indicate, though, that it's wiping a laptop? So it's like if I turn in my laptop, so my laptop would get wiped, but everything that Councillor Dean did as a councillor is saved anyway. So this laptop could be given either to the next councillor or a city staff member. Isn't that what I don't see anywhere in this email where it's indicating to wipe a server. Again, I would obviously not support the wiping of a server, but doesn't this email indicate that it's wiping city property in terms of a laptop, and that it's okay to do that since it is backed up on the server anyway? Thank you.
Right. So this is not about wiping the server. This is only specifically about. I think it might even mention It's basically about wiping the hard drives, and so the issue is that. So they talk about it a little bit. So there's a few things here. Is that the interim CAO asks that you, to the two city ledge services staff, that you both heard what I communicated to council on this topic. Do you know of any written policy, protocol, or directive on this topic? His response is there's an IT user policy that speaks to keeping email records. According to this policy, they are kept at least 2 years, et cetera, et cetera. So he says that he believes he's talking about keeping email records. Further on, the CAO proceeds forward and says, thanks. As I read the policy, there's nothing that precludes having an operational practice relating to the cleaning of used equipment. Okay. So then he says, I agree. There is nothing precluding that most files are kept in adherence with our retention schedule, or in the case of emails stored on the file server anyway. I would recommend that IT have something such as an administrative policy written down that at least speaks to the cleaning of used equipment if this is the operational practice that admin wishes to continue following. That way it can be referenced should topics like this arise in the future. So they need an IT policy for something that's being done already. So they listen to what he says here is that I'd recommend that IT has something such as an administrative policy written down that at least speaks to the cleaning of used equipment if this is an operational practice that admin wishes to continue. And then the CEO responds back, great idea, care to write the policy. So what happened is that we had laptops that the C drive is not backed up on the computer. So the C drive on our laptops, that a few things that had happened was that they were intentionally deleting those laptops. Never mind, of course, the server, all the emails. Like when you go into records from the CAO and the mayor, we have no records that were provided from them on any of our stuff for the last 4 years. So that can only be done by going into somebody with skill. Never mind, it's against our rules, of course, but somebody with skill that went in to do this. And what's the point of going in to do this? You would want continuity of service. The day before we got there, obviously they had city problems and city discussions and all that kind of stuff. Why wouldn't you want to pick up where they left off and go right into that? You had a meeting with so-and-so about such and such, and hey, we're here to talk about it again and get up to speed. And so there's obviously lots of reasons why you'd want continuity of service. And so what had happened here is that this was an issue of this IT manager who broke into my office and took the laptop out of my office and then destroyed it, destroyed the C drive, cleaned it. And so this was brought up to this CAO about, what's going, because this wasn't the first time. This had happened numerous times. And with the CEO, and his response to his response to this is not to curb the behavior, not to try and deal with the IT manager. His response was, let's try and create a policy that allows this to happen. And so all of this information, plus the emails that we provided from myself to all of council, identifying these issues that were happening at the time, as well as communication where the CAO was involved directly. I never communicated directly to the IT manager, but it was always directly to the CAO, indicating that there's a problem, this is this issue, we're getting more and more information that's leading us in a concerned direction. What are you doing about it? And unfortunately, this fellow wouldn't do anything about it, which is rather incredible. And this is what was disclosed to the CUF, and all of that evidence that we can bring up, but was all disclosed to CUF. And so, what does Inspector Cuff choose to do? Is he chooses to write this from a narrative of of the CAO faced regular requests to fire specific staff members who he deemed to be disloyal to me. The fellow was not disloyal to us, at least I didn't characterize it like that. He's destroying city property. That's the problem. That's the only problem. I had no idea whether this guy was speaking ill of us or anything. There's no evidence to speak anything to that or not, or contrary to that. All that he was doing was destroying city property. And our CAO at the time would not manage that at all. And so Inspector Cuff decides not to talk about that, and the entire discussion about what this is about decides not to talk about it. We're just going to pick and choose little pieces out of it that make council look poor. And that's unfortunate. Are there any other questions or statements in regards to this, and we'll move on?
Not this time.
And there was more serious concerns. I shouldn't say more serious. They're all serious concerns about the CAO because again, we talked about the severance packages that were unbudgeted items. As people saw today in today's council meeting, one of our city directors came up and asked in regards to it's an over budgeted item. It's a budgeted item. It's not an unbudgeted item, but it's over their approval rate of $75,000, and he came for the 100 and change. And that is the process that's supposed to happen. And this fellow decides to allow $700,000 to go out the door without any discussion with council. Does Inspector Cuff report on that? Does he say why we're concerned about what's happening and give some color and light to what's happening? And not at all. And that just speaks to some concern in relation to why is the municipal affairs, why is other third parties not willing to hear the actual facts rather than, 10%, 5% of the story. And as he indicated in his contract was only for 2 months anyways. Because again, he was an interim CAO. He wasn't a CAO that we hired for any long-term purposes. That's it. Councillor Dean?
Yes, thank you. To the mayor and to council. I guess I've been giving this some thought over the past little while, and I guess what I'm personally struggling with is, Mr. Mayor, I listened to what you're saying, and it makes sense. There is a way to read that email where you could see nefarious intent. There's a way to read it that way. There's also a way to read that email that says the CAO noticed a gap in policy. There was a practice that was being done without policy. What company has practices without policies that they realize and they're like, oh shoot, we made a mistake and we need to write? That's pretty standard in any company, right? Like, you realize you've been doing programming for a while and you oopsied and didn't have the policy. So it's also possible to read the email that way, that he realized that there was a mistake in that there was a practice that was happening that didn't have a policy, and we need to write a policy. And then the hope obviously would be that that policy would then come before council, so that council would have opportunity to comment on it. I guess within there, I guess what I'm struggling with as we do all of this and the go forward from all of this is, in my previous life, I don't know if this is a good analogy, and people can jump on me for this analogy. In my previous life, in all the roles I've served, dealing with conflict resolution was a big part of what I did. As most people know, working with angry 16-year-olds is my favorite thing to do in the world. You stick me in a room of angry 16-year-olds and I'm right at home. And angry 16-year-olds have conflict. And so you have little Joey and you have little Frank, and they have a little dispute. And then I got to talk to Joey about his version of the story, and I talk to Frank about his version of the story. And then at some way I have to find a recommendation for what to do. But then what's important is what's the communication coming out of that. And so I do have a question about that in terms of like what was presented in terms of stories, what has been presented, and then even the information that we're presenting, and how do we do all of this in an effective manner? Because at the end of the day, little Joey, little Frankie had a fight. That's true. But how did that fight start? Well, Joey's got one story and Frankie's got another story. Well, that doesn't matter. It's like, how do we resolve this now? And so I guess that's what I'm struggling with, because I don't know if that makes sense to anybody else. But like I said, I can read that email, Mr. Mayor, and I go, oh, yeah. And then I can also see that other side. I'm not choosing a side on that. What I'm saying is, in my former life, that's what I would do, is I would take both of those, and then what's the messaging that's coming out? And so I wonder how do we do that?
Well, so, I mean, in a perfect world, we would show the other 20 emails. Sure. So we would show the emails that I had forwarded about the document or the information being stolen out of my office. Okay. So you're starting to provide proof of the backstory. Okay. You're also indicating that that this is not the first time. We had other instances of them destroying laptop information. Never mind, the email information. So you've got to provide context, and what we can definitely do that. We can definitely provide everything. Like, this is part of what I said. I don't have a problem giving the residents every document we gave municipal affairs. Every single document. There's hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of pages. What's interesting is that in the inspection report, there's almost none of that. How is that even possible? And so that's the problem, is that, so what are we've been asked to discuss this. Are we discussing it with one hand behind our back or two hands? And now what are we trying to get to? What's the resolution? So what do you think, Shannon, is that you said, how do we move forward? Or sorry, I'm trying to remember exactly what you said, but how do you move forward? Or what's the resolution to that situation?
No, thank you. Sorry, through the mayor to council. I appreciate the question. I don't have an answer right now. What I'm getting at is, this is the curious piece, as I have been reflecting on this and reflecting on our past couple of meetings, is exactly that, is there has been a lot of information that has been provided, and then there is a public story that has been told, right? And that's, I think, I don't know if we're agreeing or not, or if I'm not articulating it well or not. What I'm saying is that I don't know right now, because it does sound like a lot of information was provided. The suggestion has been made that all information that was provided has been included. And right now from my chair, what I'm suggesting is, I don't know what to do with that. Right? And that's why I go back to what I was saying about my previous role, when these two humans come and they have conflict, they have stories. I hear both sides of that conflict, but then the action that is taken with these two humans and the story that gets told coming out with those two humans is so important. And I wonder if that's what we're all struggling with, is that story that has come out after. And then now what do we do with it? I actually think, Mr. Mayor, in a way, we're saying the same thing, just differently. I'm coming at it with a question, because I really am struggling with it. I really am struggling with all of this. So I think in a way I'm agreeing.
Councillor Hanley?
I think part of the fundamental problem here is this information was provided during the whole inspection process, right? They were aware of it. Then we got one report out, right, which ignores a significant chunk of evidence, and it doesn't even mention it. Then we have to respond back to it, right? We respond back to it, and then we end up, well, don't criticize the inspector report. Right? It's sort of like, it's conflict resolution again, because now it's almost between municipal affairs and ourselves, because, hey, they were given a bunch of things. They have never explained why all of the evidence they were given never made it into the report in any way, shape, or form or fashion, right? Which then sparks part of that whole argument about natural justice, procedural fairness. Everybody's, entitled, right? So you have that, and then you get this pushback of, oh, now we told you to talk about it in public, but when you start talking about it in public, oh, you shouldn't talk about it in public. Don't make us look bad, which is a problem on its own, because it's like nobody on the other side doesn't want to acknowledge, like, as you're saying, hey, there's two sides to every story, and hey, maybe both sides are a little bit at fault, but it's sort of right now it's sort of like, no, it's just you guys are at fault, not the process. And really, that's an emotional argument, and you should eliminate the emotional argument out of the equation and deal with the facts and go back and look at it from an objective point of view. I think Blaine wants to say something.
Councillor Funk?
One of the things I think we all ran on was the premise of transparency. And I find it interesting that as we've gone through this, we're endeavoring to be as transparent as possible in everything that we do. We've been bringing forward more reporting in a more transparent, wholesome way. But when it comes to this report, it's not, there is volumes of information provided. And when we're trying to show the transparency of what information we have to support the position that we're trying to show to the public, it's not being allowed.
Or discouraged.
It's been discouraged and somewhat not shown in a wholesome manner. So I think the public deserves the right to be able to go through and make their own opinion with the information that's available. And I think that's all we've ever asked, is that we want to take the report, go through the information that was provided, and show what is truth and what isn't.
Councillor Hanley?
And I think it's important for everybody to remember, like, when we got that report, we had until December 9th. That report was locked down. We couldn't print it, we couldn't copy screen, we couldn't do anything with that thing. And we were prohibited from talking about any of the evidence, any of the information that was in there, until such time as March 15th rolls along, when they do the rollout, right? So that's an awful lot of time to leave something, out in the open and leave it to speculation, because speculation is the worst thing. In the absence of information, people fill in the blanks themselves. Right? But that's part of the whole problem too. This whole thing starts, shortly after we're elected. It drags on.
Before.
Yeah. Then, even when we responded to the draft report, it's like, oh, well, it'll be, early in January. And then that doesn't come. And then it's, okay, February. Then all of a sudden now it's March, right? Like, people specifically seem to drag this out, right? And during that time frame, you're not allowed to discuss it. So you just keep letting the pot stir, and if any of us, violated that at any point in time, then there's problems, because we've violated direct orders.
Councillor Dean?
Yes, thank you. Through the mayor to council, this might be an irony coming from me since I like to monologue so long myself. But you had just mentioned a time frame, and so I'm just looking at it now being 3:40, and we had two, and I believe one of them especially is a pretty big item that we want to discuss today. So I'm wondering, not that I'm trying to discourage this, I just wanted to point out time and see what we, as a council, just want to do with that. Thank you.
Yeah, it does take a long time to go through these, particularly with all of council's discussion. Councillor Foat?
Through the mayor to the rest of council. I understand now that we have put a lot of this information out into the public. Were the accusations that were put out before us incriminating council and stuff like that, are those accusations out there too? Not the Cuff report, but the evidence that started this whole thing?
From a
Municipal Affairs.
Municipal
The
Affairs
stuff that was the stuff that was sent to Municipal Affairs. Has that stuff been disclosed to the public yet?
Oh, okay. So parts of it. So we haven't been given anything from Municipal Affairs. No evidence, no nothing.
Okay.
All we've been given is the Cuff report. We've asked for the evidence behind that many, many times, and they've refused to provide it. In relation to the information that was provided, leaked to us in relation to councillors and whatnot, that information has been brought forward as per Directive 5, and that was loaded to the city website and to the city agenda.
Okay. I guess my comment on this is they've actually created a great injustice to us that they have not allowed us to see what the directive was originally from the minister to Mr. Cuff. And now whenever we try to respond to it, we get labeled by we're putting people on trial and stuff like that. And now the minister has actually put an OA here that has to come down to our city for every council or every special meeting, which is a cost not to the taxpayers. And I find that this needs to be addressed in Edmonton, and I would encourage that to be taken back. This is pardon me for saying this, but this is a bunch of hogwash in my world, and it's not right. It needs to be resolved, and we do not need someone to come from Edmonton on taxpayers' dollars to come down here and tell us whether or not we're doing things right. Look at the city and look what's going on. We're doing things right.
So just, I guess, speaking in time, 3:42, we have a closed session that will take.
An hour.
You think that long?
Well, because the other one that's in there, yeah, my first one probably only 20 minutes.
Yeah, okay, sure. I'm thinking less, but okay. And then once we get out, another probably 20 minutes to discuss it in public. And then adjourned, and so that would be before 5, though.
Yeah.
Before 5 p.m.
So it's 3:45?
Yeah, it's 3:45, so we probably should move forward and not continue this discussion on this. That's the problem, is it takes so long to go through these things. you know, and it is something as to going forward. You know, I don't think there is any efficient way to go through this stuff because we're also scratching the surface. You know, we have hundreds of pages of stuff that that needs to be, in my opinion, should be organized in relationship to the issues that have been brought forward in the inspection, so people have context, and then people should be able to see all of that stuff too. I can't imagine how long it would take for us to go through that and discuss that, but I still think that there's nothing wrong with everybody seeing that. So that's something for us to think about as to how we wish to, you know, fully answer this, because we do have a situation that residents are allowed to come forth and ask questions about this stuff. So in order to answer those questions, we may have to have all of this evidence prepared to answer it wholesomely. Okay, so moving forward, in the interest of time, I guess Ledge Services, we should still identify this as a motion to accept this as information at this time. Accepts direct as 1 and 5 review discussions as information. Okay. And then we'll look at continuing this discussion one step at a time. Okay, so if I can get that motion read into the record.
I'll do it.
Councillor Hanley?
I just noticed my mic was on. Motion that council accepts the director's 1 and 5 review discussion as information.
Are there any comments in relation to the motion? All in favor? Carried. Thank you very much. Okay, moving on to, we now have an in-camera discussion in relation to 2 items. I think that'll be roughly around 30 minutes to 40 minutes in time frame. I don't think it'll take too long. And then we'll have a discussion after that about one of the items in public for another 20 to 30 minutes, and then we'll adjourn for the day. Okay. All right. Thank you, everyone. If I can get a motion to go in camera, actually use the motion that's on the screen, if you would. Councillor,
Could you bump that up a little bit, please? Larger?
I'm just wondering, Kate, in relation to our procedural bylaw for allowing the recording of council, that in camera, that motion, is that read prior to going in camera? Or is it read in the same motion?
You'd want to do it because once you make this motion,
You're in camera. So it's not in the same motion, it has to be 2 separate motions. Okay. And I believe the motion as per our procedural bylaw is simply 17.1. I believe the motion is as per the first page in 2.3. It says, a member may make a motion to temporarily suspend the rules or procedures of section 17.1 to allow recording as outlined in this bylaw. A motion to suspend the rules is only in effect for the meeting at which it was passed. So the motion should read, a motion to temporarily suspend section 17.1 to allow recording in closed session as outlined in this bylaw 014-22. Motion to council temporarily suspend section 17.1 to allow recording in closed session as outlined in this bylaw 014-22. Procedural bylaw. And so that's the first motion, and then second motion is to move into closed. Pardon me? So just move that down, yeah. Motion to move into closed session. You're making it that large so Mel can see it. Can you see that?
Just a little, up one more, that'd be great, thanks. I'm sorry.
You need to increase your spacing. But anyways, can you read that, Councillor Fote?
I can.
Okay. Councillor Fote, if you could read the first motion.
Motion that council temporarily suspend section 17.1 to allow recording, in closed session as outlined in 014-22 being the procedural bylaw.
Okay, are there any comments or questions in relation to that motion? All in favor? All opposed? Carried. Okay, the second motion, Mel, if you could read that, please.
Motion that council move into closed session at 3:45 p.m. to discuss the following: FOIP S.17 staff matters, FOIP S29 CRCA proposal.
Thank you. Any comments or questions in relation to the, well, I guess there is no comments in relation. All in favor? Carried. Thank you very much, everyone. Okay. proceed.
I make the motion that
Just
council.
a second. Hi, everyone. Thank you very much. We're just coming out of closed session. Councillor Foat?
I make the motion that council comes out of closed session at 5:45 p.m.
Thank you very much. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Coming out of our enclosed session, we have a couple items, business items to move forward with. Our first motion, if I could get this read by one of the councillors. Councillor Funk?
Motion that council authorize City Director of Community Operations to proceed with formal outsourcing review and issue a request for proposals for waste management, all three waste streams, parks, turf management, gardening, landscaping, irrigation, construction, pathway, and buildings, snow removal, roads, street sweeping, line painting, asphalt repairs, and sign maintenance may include snow plowing. Once all RFPs have been received, a comparison report will be presented to council. The city will engage the public through consultation on providing the services internally or moving to third-party options.
Thank you very much. Councillor, are there any questions or comments in relation to the motion? All in favor? All opposed? Carried. Our next order motion for coming out of in camera. Councillor Sandy Watt?
Motion that council releases the summary of the CRCA proposal.
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions? All in favor? Carried. Thank you. So coming out of in council, coming out of in camera, if I could share my screen briefly. So what I'd like to do is just do a quick run through of the proposal that we're going to release in relation to the summary proposal for the recreation center. In a momentous occasion, the city is proposing to move forward with providing the funding support for our recreation center, which has been a mainstay for the city of Chestermere for a long time. Not sure how long that's been, but at least almost 50 years on the new facility. The initial CRCA proposal summary would be that the City of Chestermere Council is committed to providing recreation to its residents. The city, as representatives for Chestermere residents, has offered the following in their proposal. The city is proposing to become responsible for all operations, maintenance, and upgrade costs for the CRCA Recreation Center. The city will maintain the current agreements excuse me, and leases with all user groups. The city will offer more recreational programs for youth, families, and kids, such as summer camps for kids. The city will rebuild the CRCA parking lot as soon as a contractor becomes available. The city will The city will repair all mechanical, facility, plumbing, flooring, and HVAC issues. The city will purchase recreational equipment, replacing worn-out sports equipment, chairs, tables, etc. The city will agree to be responsible for the building and facilities at a high level of commercial quality standard. The city will upgrade interior spaces to today's standards through renovations such as painting walls and replacing tiles. The city will build office spaces for community not-for-profits. Baseball fields, soccer fields, and rodeo grounds will not be moved until alternative facilities are available within Chestermere. The city will reduce rentals and leases for Chestermere not-for-profit user groups, setting up a fundraising foundation for fundraising and obtaining alternative funds for the facility. How will this be done? In order for the city to begin the CRCA transformation, the city needs the support of residents and the members of the CRCA. Below are the 5 steps the city is proposing. Step 1. The city becomes a member of the CRCA. The City of Chestermere has requested that the CRCA Board of Directors call for a special meeting to allow for the city to become a member. Before the special meeting and Before the special meeting and vote, the City of Chestermere would like to work in cooperation with the CRCA Board of Directors to hold information sessions. These information sessions would be an open house format that would include information on the 3 options for members to vote on at the special meeting. It's actually 2 options. Council drawings of the proposed expansion and improvement. Information boards about what it would look like depending on the option voted on by members. At these information sessions, information would be collected and questions answered. These sessions would be held at either the Recreation Center or City Hall. Information about the sessions would be posted on the city website and social media, and the city would like the CRCA to advertise as well. Only CRCA members can vote for the city to become a member. We ask that when people arrive, they show their CRCA membership card. We will separate information from either members of the public or members of the CRCA. We would ask that you keep in mind the Chestermere City Council represents all of the citizens of Chestermere, while the CRCA mainly represents its members. We are trying to find the balance to how everyone has a voice in the future of Chestermere. If you remember the resident survey, do you believe the city should roll the current recreation center operations, city staff assets into the city and take over the lease with Rockyview? Approximately 87% of respondents indicated yes. Step 1 is that the members vote for the city to become a member of the CRCA. Options for the CRCA members. At the special meeting, CRCA members will have 2 options to vote on. These options include Option A, the City of Chestermere becomes the sole member of the CRCA and takes over, sole voting member of the CRCA, and takes over full operations and running of the Chestermere Rec Center. No changes in the rental and lease agreements from January 1st, 2022, and rental agreements will not change for a minimum of 1 year. No changes in user fees such as ice rentals. The city will look into user fee reductions. Option B, the CRCA continues to operate as is, and the City of Chestermere will explore other recreational development elsewhere. Please note, in Option A, the City of Chestermere would immediately inject $100,000 into general maintenance and would complete the parking lot paving as soon as a crew would be secured. Some of the points of the previous surveys were residents were keenly interested in a field house, 76% of respondents, and residents were keenly interested in a pool, 66% of the respondents. Step 2, for the above to happen, we request that the CRCA call a special meeting of the membership. The meeting would start with presentations from both the City of Chestermere staff and council and the CRCA Board of Directors. The 2 options would be explained. The floor would then be open to questions. A vote would then be called and the results published. It is our understanding of CRCA bylaws that they would need to call for this meeting at least 21 days in advance. Step 3, with a successful vote, the city would immediately inject $100,000 into maintenance, would be obligated to maintain the CRCA to the standard of all public recreation centers of similar size and scope, and will rebuild and pave the parking lot as soon as the crew would be secured. Work with management to offer recreational programs, invest into youth activities, spaces, equipment, and invest into developing for not-for-profit business spaces. Step 4, the city would can begin and continue negotiations with Rockyview County for full control of the building and lands. Step 5, with approval through Rockyview County, possible earliest start date for expansion would be spring of 2024. Now, as we indicated in previously in what some of these expansions might look like, I'll just try and show this quickly, is that this is a general idea of what some of these renovations might look like on the exterior as well as interior. The main facilities is this area here, which includes the red rink, the blue rink, the curling rink, and the gymnasium. And then, of course, there's various facilities that are upstairs, as well as the current MPE room, along with the Whitecappers area as well. Some of the renovations that we were looking at doing was adding a culinary kitchen, a food court, volleyball and basketball indoor facilities, fitness center, retail, restaurant, the indoor pool, also allowing for an outdoor pool and hot pool. I've had a number of questions in regards to putting facilities outdoors and the possible cost to that. One of the things that the city is exploring is the use of biofuels. So we were looking into using the lake weeds that we have a lot of, and using those as a fuel source to facilitate energy for the facility. That can translate to, for example, heating pools, whether they indoor or outdoor. And what we initially determined was approximately 10%, approximately 3% of our weeds that we collect would be used for the existing facility. So that we have a lot of weeds available to help with the use of a biofuels concept, which would allow our heating, for example, for an outdoor pool to be cost effective. Obviously, the idea of an indoor field house and significant amounts of parking with 5 separate entrances. Part of this has been discussed around this road being relocated. Whether there would be we would have a traffic impact assessment that would be done to determine the best types of intersections that would be created. But in this example, this is just given for some preliminary discussion. Outside would include various sport courts, along with various skateboard parks, along with what they call a pump track, which is effectively for skateboards, rollerblades, scooters, etc. And then there'd be a multitude of open green spaces along with volleyball courts, splash park, and what you can't see on this picture is a marina. And a clearly defined swimming area. So this is really something that would happen obviously down the road. Our point is that on the beginning of this discussion was to really focus on what the city is interested in doing initially, and really assisting with how to make sure that recreation is offered in a more wholesome manner in Chestermere, and for the city to invest into that to help make that happen. So that concludes the proposal summary. What we are looking to do in next steps, as discussed, we would set up information sessions and open houses. So look forward to that coming, and if you have questions, definitely can email the city. The city will be setting up a dedicated phone line that will allow people to call in with questions. We'll also have a dedicated email for that, and allow people to come, of course, to the information sessions in person. So that concludes our discussion about the proposal summary. Councillor Dean.
If I may, Mr. Mayor, 2 comments on what you proposed. Thank you. First comment is this: I think it's written in here, but I think it's really important to point out that the idea of but the commitment of finding other spaces for groups before something is moved, and so again, that's written in here. But I think it's really important. So the baseball fields, soccer fields, rodeo grounds not be moved until alternative facilities are available within Chestermere. I think it's important to just highlight as you have. And the second point being is that the picture at the bottom, I think it's important for us to state that these are drawings and ideas, and this is where we want to really welcome that conversation from residents. So part of the reason for those information idea is come with your thoughts, come with your ideas, come with your concerns. That's why we're going to do the dedicated line, the email. All of our emails are available online if you want to email any of your councillors. But I think as we have demonstrated that we all voted on this, we voted in favor, and I think that I just wanted to point out that the drawing is a lot of good ideas, and we would really love now some feedback and discussion with residents as we move forward, which I think is agreed upon with all of us, I do believe. So thank you, Mr. Mayor, for that presentation and that ability to make those 2 comments.
And I think that's a key point, as Councillor Dean had mentioned, is that of key importance is the current user groups that are using the facilities, as well as ensuring that their situation or experiences aren't interrupted and ideally only improved. We are also looking at the user groups that are on the exterior of the building, those being baseball fields, soccer fields, and rodeo grounds, and to ensure that their experiences aren't interrupted either until there's alternate available facilities within Chestermere. And then finally, the city is also committed to reducing rental rates and leases in the facility, as well as building office spaces and various spaces within the community recreation center for not-for-profits. And so these are the commitments that we wanted to bring forward, along with the big one, I guess, of repairing the parking lot and rebuilding it, is that we want to commit to these things for our residents and the various groups that use the facilities. This is something that is important to Chestermere and our council, and this is one of the items that we wanted to move forward with, and then allow council to move on to other items within the city. Okay, so moving forward, I guess if I could request a motion, if you could put the motion on the screen, Legislative Services, that allows this to be accepted for information. Is that right? Or allows this to be? Yes, we already released it, so we don't need to accept it for information. It's just good. Okay. All right. So thank you very much for your time. So having that being the last item on our agenda today in our council meeting, our next step is to move forward with our adjournment. Okay, if we can get a motion to adjourn, do we need to put that on the screen or just ad hoc?
Mayor?
Councillor Funk? Sorry, Councillor Fote?
I would like to propose a notice of motion for our next council meeting, that we, as the council, take a look at the a piece of property on the east.
Point of order. I don't think we can raise a notice of motion at this point. It has to be actually on the agenda.
I believe that I can make a notice of motion to be addressed at the next council meeting. You can bring up a notice of, you can bring up a notice of motion at any council meeting that you wish.
Could be right. I made a mistake.
Councillor Dean?
Thank you. If I may, through the mayor to Deputy Mayor Fote, I have our procedural bylaw in front of me. And a councillor who wishes to introduce a new matter for consideration at a council meeting must submit notice of motion in writing or electronically to the municipal clerk or they're designated by noon, not less than 10 business days prior to the meeting the councillor wishes to introduce the notice of motion.
Okay.
And just for reference, do you have the section of that in the?
Yeah, section 7. It's on page 11, section 7.
Okay, thank you.
Then the next one says, requirement of 10 days notice established in section 7.1 of this bylaw may be waived by a resolution of council. The notice of motion would then be considered emergent business at the meeting. So it would have to oh my goodness, English at this time of day is fun. I believe that would mean it would have had to have been added as an emergent item when we were approving the agenda.
I see. So just for education purposes, so the notice of motion is a written submission, and then is the notice of motion then debated in the next council meeting? And providing the date of the meeting, the proposed motion, provided the notice of motion, will not be considered or debated until a councillor moves the motion provided in the notice of motion. So we then, what is debated? So 7.5 indicates that the proposed motion provided in the notice of motion, which is provided in writing 10 days before the council meeting, minimum, will not be considered or debated until a councillor moves the motion provided in the notice of motion. So that sounds like that there's an order. So the written notice, then it comes to council after that 10-day period. And then after that 10-day period, that motion is then debated in council. Okay. Learn something new every day.
And I apologize. The 10 days could be waived as emergent business, but the way you get an emergent item onto the agenda, it has to be done at the time of us approving the agenda.
In the beginning of the council meeting, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Does that suffice, Councillor Foat?
Yep, thank you.
Okay. All right, so moving forward with our motion to adjourn. Councillor Foat, if you could make a motion to adjourn.
I make a motion that we adjourn
6:05 p.m.
at 6:05 p.m.
Thank you. All in favor? Carried. Thank you, everyone. Cool.